just move the mouse.
Did I move it? Or
No, I think I might have just moused it.
Testing, testing.
Do you want to get there?
Commissioner Benn's not in the room. Commissioner O'Donnell?
Yes.
What do you need?
Can we move that camera back towards the chairman one more click so I may be able to see the entire bench and the witness?
Okay. I'll try my best here. Hopefully I don't blow up the room. Is that better? Wrong way? Either way.
Perfect.
More?
No more.
Uh,
Yeah, okay, I can see it. All right, that's good.
Okay, cool.
Commissioner Barve, can you hear us?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yeah, commissioners, can you hear? Can you say something again, Commissioner? Commissioner Barve?
Oh, me, yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm just checking that the other
Yeah.
the other commissioners can hear. Okay.
Good morning, Commissioner Corbett. Good morning, Commissioner O'Donnell. I just came running from something. Sorry I don't have a jacket on. I left to get one. Well, the junior senator from Pennsylvania is very proud. Okay, that's
Okay, so we're on the record for case number 9696, the application by Balmer Gas and Electric for a bus pilot. I guess we'll start with taking appearances.
Good morning, Commissioners. Joel Michelle on behalf of BGE, and with me is Daniel Herson.
Good morning, Michelle Honig on behalf of the Maryland Energy Administration.
Good morning, Susan Stevens Miller on behalf of the Maryland League of Conservation Voters and Sierra Club.
Good morning, Mark Shebist on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel.
Good morning, Harrison Scher on behalf of the Office of Staff Counsel, along with Annette Garofalo.
Okay, so is there any preliminary matters before we get to the witnesses?
Yes, Chair Hoover. I'd like to admit the actual application of the company
Oh,
as
sure.
Company Exhibit 1.
All right. All right, so Mark.
And with that, the company calls Christy Fleischman-Gronke as its first witness.
Morning.
So, once you swear in,
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under the penalties of perjury that the statements made in this matter today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your first name and last name, and give us your business address.
Or, Christy is K-R-I-S-T-Y. Gronky is G-R-O-N-C-K-I. And title is Senior Manager of Smart Grid and Innovation at BGE, and my address is 110 West Fayette Street, Baltimore, Maryland 21201.
Thank you.
okay, fine.
Good morning, Ms. Gronke. Do you have before you the direct testimony of Christy Fleischman-Gronke dated April 27th, 2023, consisting of 23 pages?
Yes.
Do you also have before you the rebuttal testimony of Christy Fleischman-Gronke dated August 25th, 2023, consisting of 21 pages and 2 exhibits?
Yes.
And did you prepare or have prepared under your direction your direct and rebuttal testimonies?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your direct testimony?
I do not.
Do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
If I ask you the same questions today in your direct and rebuttal testimonies, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Your Honor, I move to admit Mrs. Gronke's...
Actually, you want to mark it first?
Yeah, I was going to do that at the same time. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Move to admit the direct testimony as BGE Exhibit 3 and the rebuttal testimony as BGE Exhibit 4.
So just so
I'm sorry, 2 and 3.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, because the application's 1, so
That's right.
her testimony would be 2 and 3. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So marked. And any objection? So admitted.
And with that, Ms. Gronke is available for cross.
MEA?
No cross.
Or LCV, I guess we'll call you that.
Too long a name.
That's right, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Ms. Cronky.
Morning.
My name is Susan Miller, and I represent the Maryland League of Conservation Voters and Sierra Club in this proceeding. I just have a few questions for you today. Could I ask you to first turn to your direct testimony at page 6?
Okay.
At the start of the question, after the question, it says, he will use the following factors which will help the BGE pilot program to better consider health and economic effects on low and minority communities. In developing these factors, how did you define low income?
So we looked at how the EPA was defining low income. We also talked with many stakeholders in the industry, including LCV, to come up with a list of that you see here, the Title I schools, free and reduced price meals, and so on and so forth.
So you didn't have a specific definition of low income, like 150% of the federal poverty level or anything like that?
I believe there's some definitions behind that, like what defines the Title I school. But beyond that, no, we used, existing definitions that we were aware of for other programs.
But those different programs don't necessarily use the same definition of low income, is that correct?
Probably not.
And how did you define minority community?
It's the same, using this list here. So, the census tracts, all of these items are both low income and minority based on how the EPA was defining low income, and also we consulted with LCV in the preparation of this, and some of the recommendations we took from LC to create this list.
Could I ask you to turn to page 19 of your direct testimony?
Okay.
You're quicker than me.
Yeah.
Okay. Here, BGE discusses how it will prioritize the deployment of the buses. It states that BGE intends to prioritize funding to underserved communities. How did BGE define underserved communities?
The census tract information for historically disadvantaged communities.
And then it also states that you'll target funding to high pollution areas and environmental justice communities.
Yes.
How did BGE define an environmental justice community?
It's back on page 6 that you had referenced earlier. It has the State of Maryland EJ Screen tool, the Maryland Environmental Health and Data Portal, and the Federal Justice 40 tools.
How does BGE intend to determine high pollution areas using those same screening tools?
Yes.
Did BGE consult with environmental justice advocates and organizations in developing these factors?
We consulted with Maryland Department of the Environment in developing those. I'm trying to think. I can't. None others that I can recall off the top of my head, but potentially.
Also on page 19, you state that program resources will not be distributed on a first-come, first-served basis. If not on a first-come, first-served basis, how will the resources be distributed?
We will work with all of the counties to understand their bus deployment plans and ensure that the funds are deployed equitably. We will reserve 20% of the funds for underserved areas, so making sure that at least 20% of the funding goes to buses in underserved areas, and that, excuse me, each county is able to participate. So BG has 9 counties within our service territory, and some are further along in developing their school bus plans than others. So we don't want, one county that is more progressive on developing their school bus plans to come, in first and take up all the funding. So making sure we have an equitable distribution throughout our service territory, with that focus on at least 20% of the funding being earmarked for underserved communities.
But BG doesn't have an actual formula for equitable distribution other than the 20%, is that correct?
We would do something like we did for our public charging station. So in our separate EV Smart program, the commission granted us 500 charging stations, and we took the number of customers served in the counties and the square miles to determine, how many chargers make sense per county. Given Baltimore County is the largest in BG service territory, Carroll and Calvert are smaller, so determining the distribution based on the size of our service territory in those counties and the number of customers served.
But this formula is not set out in the application, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And your direct testimony at 20 is where you discuss the 20% of resources being reserved for underserved or health impacted communities. How did you define underserved communities?
The census tract for historically disadvantaged communities.
And I noticed BG does not discuss overburdened communities in this provision. Is that intentional, or?
I'm not aware of that definition of what count or which communities would fall in overburdened.
20% would be approximately 40 buses, is that correct?
Yes.
So that would be 40 buses for Baltimore City and 9 counties?
Yes. However, Baltimore City is BGE's largest underserved communities throughout our service territory, and Baltimore City has a small number of buses as far as the total buses in our service territory, given that many of the students walk to school or take public transportation. I think they only use school buses for elementary students. So Baltimore City has about 200 of the 3,000 buses in our service territory. And Baltimore City has already been awarded EPA funding for 25 buses and are part of an application for Phase 2 EPA funding, so potentially getting additional buses. So that would lessen the amount of buses available to replace. The opportunity to replace buses in Baltimore City, which is the highest underserved community, is less, and then spreading that into other counties that also have underserved communities.
Referring to your rebuttal testimony on page 19, lines 13 through 21.
You said 13, correct?
Page 19, lines 13
Okay.
through 21.
Okay.
This is where you discuss what essentially you just mentioned, and
Yes.
it says that BG service territory tracks in BG service territory are greater than 60% low-income residents and has the largest concentration of underserved communities. Is BGE equating low-income and underserved communities as kind of the same, as being synonymous?
I believe that's the requirements for the historically disadvantaged communities in the census tract, that low income and disadvantaged, that criteria within that disadvantaged community classification takes in both of those items.
just a couple of other questions. I believe you state that the buses will be required to have bidirectional power flow capability and telematics systems. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And of course, not all electric buses necessarily have those capabilities. Is that also correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Will BGE be providing a listing of the buses that meet that requirement to the school districts so that to enable them to more quickly essentially find which buses will qualify?
Yes.
And finally, I wanted to ask a little bit about the rebates. It's my understanding that you'll provide rebates for the buses, and that will be an upfront payment. What other rebates are actually provided up front before the school district spends the money?
That is the only rebate that's provided, at the point of sale. The statute also requires the utility to provide the charging infrastructure and install it. So those costs would be covered, but not in an upfront rebate like they would for the school bus, which would, be ordered, and we're seeing school bus lead times in the 7 to 12 month range. So depending on how that bus dealer handles it, if there's a deposit or, a payment once the bus is delivered, BGE would cover the cost so that the school system didn't have to put out the money and then be reimbursed. As we understand from our preliminary conversations with the schools, that would be a burden.
But does BG envision that not receiving the charger costs or the line side and load side make-ready infrastructure costs up front might inhibit a number of school districts from participating, particularly those in low-income and underserved areas?
Well, they're not paying for it, we're providing it. So it's the difference in like a rebate where we're paying somebody else. In this sense, we're providing the charging infrastructure.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Office of People's Counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. I do have some questions for the witness. Good morning, Ms. Grunke. I'm Mark
Morning.
Shebist, excuse me, representing Office of People's Counsel in this matter. First, want to talk to you about the program goals. There's been a bunch of back and forth in the testimony about this. If you could turn to your testimony, please, your rebuttal testimony at page 2.
Okay.
Okay. Now, in the first paragraph there, you talk about Commission Order 88438 in case number 9453. That's an order where the Commission laid out sort of principles or what it expects to see, in generally speaking, in utility pilot proposals, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the first of the requirements in that order is a clear goal or goals established at the beginning of the pilot program development.
Yes.
Okay. And in the notice the Commission issued to initiate this proceeding in March, the Commission directed BGE to include in its application all of the requirements in that order, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your rebuttal at page 2, you state, let me see if I can find exactly where this is. Looking at line 14, the CSNA, and that's the Climate Solutions Now Act, correct?
Correct.
Climate Solutions Now Act provides goals for the EVSB pilot program. BGE's purpose in proposing its EVSB pilot program is to support the goals of the CSNA. Can you please clarify what goals you have in mind when you made that statement?
I'm going to turn to the CSNA.
Yeah, and I do have copies of the provision if it would be helpful. Okay.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Just scanning for it. It says that there should be an evaluation of on page 76, number 2I, the
What-
report
okay.
required to the commission will provide an evaluation of environmental and health benefits under the pilot program, the financial costs and benefits of implementing the program.
Okay. But and you're looking at section I of the statute and the title of that section is annual report. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. This section doesn't specifically talk about goals. Would you agree?
I mean, in some sense, it's saying what would be evaluated, which is, a goal
Okay.
to ensure that you meet the evaluation criteria.
Okay.
I mean, the overall goal, the Climate Solutions Now Act is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And this statute specifically is, to enable school bus electrification, transportation being one of the largest greenhouse gas emissions in the state. Electrifying school buses that are driving every day in our communities drastically improves the greenhouse gas emissions that are coming from the diesel buses. So, the overall goal is to get the buses on the road and reduce the greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay. And that's the company's, that's the overall goal. The overall goal of the Climate Solutions Now Act is to reduce emissions, and the company's interpretation is that the overall goal of this section of the Climate Solutions Now Act that establishes the pilot is to get more buses on the road, more EV buses on the road.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And but again, the statute doesn't use the term goal. Would you agree with that?
I agree
Okay.
for now. Not
But-
seeing it.
Yeah, but in looking at section I, if I'm characterizing your position correctly,
Yes.
you're looking at what the company will be required to report annually to General Assembly and other stakeholders, and inferring that because those things have to be reported, those are also goals of the program.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gronke, could you please turn to page 13 of your direct testimony?
Okay.
Okay. If you look at the Q&A under pilot program goals and metrics, and you're asked, what are the goals of BGE's proposed EVSB program? And then you itemize 6 particular program goals, and those are to incentivize EVSB adoption, deploy at least 20% of project resources to underserved areas, evaluate performance, demonstrate vehicle-to-grid capability of hardware software, evaluate market value of latent battery capacity to PJM markets, and support the state in meeting the directives and goals under the Climate Solutions Now Act. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm. So those BGE's goals, outside of the goals of the statute, which, touch on the same. The first one really incentivize EVSB adoption.
Right. Would you agree that not all of the goals that you just itemized here are specifically laid out in the statute?
I agree, yes.
Okay. So BGE has developed, and you characterize these goals as additional goals to what's in the statute, or more specific goals? How would you
Well,
characterize those?
I mean, the statute doesn't specifically say, we have to have the 20% carve out for underserved communities. It does mention that the schools should prioritize buses that are in schools that have a higher concentration of free and reduced meals. So, BGE is helping facilitate that goal by adding the 20%. It also says that the utility may use the buses as grid resources and, develop learnings from that. So these goals, while not explicitly laid out in the statute, do support the statute in demonstrating the capability and, evaluating potential PJM market value. And really just understanding it. Electric school buses are coming, regardless of the Climate Solutions Now Act and others. This is definitely helping accelerate it for sure. So being part of this pilot in the beginning is beneficial to BGE and the learnings that we'll get from this deployment as electric school buses continue to scale.
Okay. So based on all that, you agree that BGE, in developing goals for this pilot program, is not limited to the specific goals laid out in the Climate Solutions Now Act. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree also that the Commission could identify and require different goals of BGE?
Absolutely, yes.
Now, I want to talk, you just mentioned learnings, the importance of learnings to pilots. And that's something the Commission talks about in Order 88438, correct? Or have you read?
That's the pilot order.
That's
yeah.
the pilot order,
Yes.
correct. Thank
Yes.
you. Yes. And you've read the testimonies of OPC's witness Courtney Lane and staff's witness Mr. Hoyt as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. And both of those witnesses also talk about the importance of learnings when it comes to pilots. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So I think you just said this, but do you agree that utility pilots should be structured so that the utility, the Commission, and other stakeholders learn things from the pilot?
I do agree, and the slight nuance with that the Commission order is that my impression is that applies to BGE proposed pilots. This is coming from a statute that, directed the utilities or give the utilities the ability to apply with the Commission. So we are aligning with the statute and not necessarily, this isn't something that BGE came up with on our own. So we made a proposal based on what the statute directed us to do.
Okay. But you also just agreed that despite the specifics in the statute, BGE can propose additional goals and the Commission can require additional goals.
Yes.
Okay. Now, one important area of learning for electric vehicle school buses is vehicle to grid, correct?
Correct.
And you described the acronym that you use in your testimony for that is V2X.
Yes.
Okay. And the reason vehicle to grid is important is that, the energy stored in the batteries of these buses can be fed into the grid and can help reduce peak demand, for instance, correct?
Yes.
And by reducing peak demand, we can potentially avoid the need for costly new investments, and that could save customers money and reduce the amount of energy that we need.
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree that we have, it's pretty early days when it comes to vehicle to grid, and so we, meaning BGE, the Commission, stakeholder, Maryland as a whole, we have a lot to learn about vehicle to grid.
Yes.
Okay. But the company has not included in its pilot proposal a specific plan, a specific demonstration project for vehicle to grid, correct?
In my rebuttal testimony, we did provide a plan that we could use the buses as a demand response, in a sense that on a daily basis, when the buses return from their route, any latent battery capacity that's left could be used to discharge to the grid at peak time. So assuming they get back around 5 o'clock, the buses plug in, their batteries are completely discharged at that time to provide power to the grid, reduce that peak that BGE typically sees at that hour, and then recharge the buses overnight, during off-peak times. So that was an example. There are many other things that can be done, but we need to know the volume of the buses that will be deployed in any location, those locations, to come up with a specific plan per bus depot. So there are different things that we would definitely like to try and to demonstrate, but being able to say that, this depot in Baltimore County or this depot in Baltimore City, we're going to do X, Y, and Z, we won't know until we understand the number of buses, the available capacity that we would see on those buses, how long their routes are, many factors to take into consideration before we can say this is the best way to utilize these buses at that location. So that's why it has been, we haven't provided specific details, but one example that we could do at all locations is this type of demand response, being that the buses discharge during peak times and recharge on off-peak times.
Okay. Now, excuse me, a few minutes ago you mentioned the volume of buses. By that, do you mean the number of buses that would be deployed at a particular location?
Yes.
Okay. And so the company's position is you can't at this stage design a vehicle-to-grid pilot because you have to first administer the program, get the buses to the various school districts, and only when you know where the buses are deployed and in what number, only then can you develop the pilot the particular vehicle-to-grid demonstration project. Is that your testimony?
Yes. So understanding the grid needs at that location. There are other examples that have been cited through this case of other states doing V2G, and Massachusetts being one of them. But in conversations in Massachusetts, their entire grid is constrained. So in any location that the buses are, the feeders could use support. We don't, fortunately, for Maryland, we don't have that problem on all feeders. So understanding where the buses are on a feeder level specific, we can develop the best use and best design for the B2G demonstration at that location. Could be a feeder that has a high concentration of solar, and the buses, in the summer months when parked, could absorb any excess solar and then put it back on the grid during peak times. But I can't say that we can absolutely do that today if none of the buses are deployed on a feeder with high solar concentration.
Now, BGE, the company knows its system, right? It knows where feeders are constrained. It knows where other grid challenges are, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So isn't it possible for the company to sort of look over its grid, identify the areas with the issues of the kind that you just discussed, and say, hey, we want to try to set up a demonstration project for area A, area B, or area C, and therefore try to target those specific school districts in setting up the pilot? Isn't that something you could do?
Well, I don't know where the bus depots are. So in each of the counties, there's a mix of whether the county owns the buses or they're owned by a contractor. So I don't know all of the bus depots at this stage, and I don't know what depots or contractors or schools are interested. So, for them, they haven't committed at this since we don't have a program to offer them, that they're going to electrify 5 buses here and 10 buses there. Once we had a program approval, we intend to have those conversations and plan it out as you're stating. But at this point, not having a program to offer them, we don't have those details to do that sort of mapping.
Okay. Ms. Gronke, could you please turn to page 5 of your rebuttal? Because this is where I think in your testimony you get into some of these issues we're discussing now.
Okay.
Okay. And if you look if you just take a quick glance at your testimony on page 5, starting at around line 13. And you're sort of talking about the kind of potential projects
Right.
that you were just discussing, correct?
Yes.
And you repeatedly use the word would in here. Specific units that would be used for this activity will be determined at a future time when BGE knows the deployment timeline. And you've discussed just now some of the things you think you would need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Are there other necessary conditions that would need to be in place for BGE actually to get a vehicle-to-grid demonstration project designed and up and running?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Like there might be, I mentioned number of buses, location, but it's also the size of the battery of the buses, the size of the charger that they're going to use. So if it's a longer route and they're coming back with a smaller battery, that could limit what we can do from a demonstration purpose. If they have a slower charger, that might limit the window in which we can use the bus for demonstration periods if they need a certain number of hours to recharge. So factors around bus specs, charger specs, routes are also necessary to develop that pilot.
Okay.
If that's what you're
Yeah, that's
referring to.
helpful. Thank you. I think it was one of staff's witnesses who suggested that in designing the criteria for what school districts you make rebates to,
Mm-hmm.
you could consider the sort of how promising a vehicle-to-grid demonstration project would be in that school district. Is that something the company is considering? Have you considered whether you should make that a criterion for deciding which school districts get rebates?
I think we're definitely going to consider it, but it becomes conflicting prioritization. So our top priority is the underserved communities. And a lot of times, if we're using vehicle miles traveled as the metric to say, this is a beneficial location and being able to demonstrate here in underserved communities, for example, the bus routes tend to be shorter. So, having multiple criteria that are conflicting in a sense become problematic.
Well, but they're potentially conflicting, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know until you actually get applications whether these criteria would be in conflict.
Right. And, it's a limited scale of applications we're going to receive to have all this prioritization criteria. We're dealing with 9 counties in our service territory. Some have a mix of county-owned or contractor-owned, but talking to 9 counties, we'll have an understanding of their plans as we have a program to offer them. So, it's not going to be hundreds of applications to prioritize. We're talking about a small pool.
So hypothetically, as between 2 applications, both of which meet your existing criteria, but one of which only would enable a good vehicle-to-grid demonstration project, would you agree that that one is the one the company should choose?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the approach that you've laid out, sort of waiting until rebates are made and then sort of selecting an area where you can do a vehicle-to-grid demonstration project, that's not the approach that some utilities have taken. In particular, it's not the approach that Con Edison in New York has taken, correct?
I'm not sure how their application process works. We're envisioning more of like a grant process that we get an understanding from the schools of what their plans are over the next couple of years and then plan out the funding appropriately. I don't recall how their application process works.
Okay. Could you look at page 6 of your rebuttal, please? Starting at line 6. This is where the question is, OPC Witness Lane provides examples of a vehicle-to-grid program by citing a consolidated Edison of New York program. Do you believe this is a useful comparison? And you say that you believe that it's a relevant example, but I think you're disagreeing that it's sort of instructive in this case because you say that the Con Ed did not have a complete implementation plan. But didn't it have, not when it filed its initial application, but didn't it have a vehicle-to-grid demonstration project in place before the New York Commission approved that program?
Well, the New York Commission approved the program from their initial application, and then they filed the implementation plan, which had the details in it. And this is specifically talking about B2G, not like how the Con Edison is using the buses for vehicle grid demonstrations, not how they're prioritizing applications.
Okay. Ms. Gronke, nothing in the Climate Solutions Now Act would prohibit BGE from, or did prohibit BGE from reaching out to school districts before filing its application to talk about vehicle-to-grid, correct?
We did. We met with several of the counties listed in my application and likely my direct testimony. We mentioned the counties that we had conversations with.
Right, but did you specifically talk about vehicle-to-grid?
Yes.
Okay. But based on those conversations, you didn't sort of generate ideas about whether specific projects would be useful in those areas?
We didn't get into the details of where the depots are and how many buses they would be planning to deploy at certain depots. In our initial conversations, I don't believe any of the counties were that far along in their plans. But, a program like this would certainly help them. I mean, reading the Climate Solutions Now Act, the schools don't have to electrify their buses unless there is funding available from either the federal government, the state, or the utility. So if there isn't a program to help cover the funding, incremental funding from a diesel bus to an electric bus, the schools don't have to electrify their buses, which does not support the Climate Solutions Now Act of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So, when we have hopefully a program to offer them, they would be more serious about developing those detailed plans of what buses at what depots and number of buses.
Okay, thank you. I just want to talk really briefly about the timing of this program. In the company's initial application, the company stated it hoped to basically start the program in October of 2023, so now,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Okay. But the statute, this new section of the Climate Solutions Now Act, doesn't require the program to start until October 2024. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you agree that starting the program doesn't mean you have to have buses on the road by then? It could mean just starting to take applications by then.
Well, we are more focused on, if you read the Climate Solutions Now Act, there is a date in there that says the school cannot purchase or contract for a diesel bus starting July 1st of 2024. So, July 2nd of 2024, a new bus going into service it has to be zero emissions. So, really, there's a 3-month, I'm not sure what led to the decision or the October 1st, 2024 date in the statute, but that really gives the schools like a 3-month gap in buses that they would need to put in service and not have a program to offer them. So we were proposing to start in October of 23 so that we could start working with schools. They could place the orders because given the lead times at this point, if they have a bus that needs to be replaced in July, they won't have a program to help cover the funding from a diesel bus to an electric bus, and at which time they would have the loophole in the statute to continue purchasing diesel buses. So we were focused on the July 1st date and helping support the schools have a plan for when that comes into play versus the October 1st date.
Okay. And when you say loophole, you're talking about the provisions in the law you talked about a few minutes ago that
Yep.
say if there isn't additional funding available
Right.
for EV school buses, the school doesn't have to comply with that mandate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Gronke, if you could look please at page 7 of your direct testimony. If you look starting at line 11, you asked a question. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Does BGE have prior experience with the EVSBs? And you talk about experience with the Howard County public school system and a successful application for state funding for 2 EVSBs. What funding was that Howard County applied for? Do you know?
It was state funding through the MEA. I don't remember the specific name of the grant.
Okay, but it was a Maryland Energy Administration grant of some kind?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe so.
And how did BGE support that application?
We provided a letter of support in their application, and we also provided the charging infrastructure for those buses so that we could run a demonstration with those buses for, they have a small trailer on their depot and empowering the trailer.
Okay. And the charging infrastructure there, was that bidirectional DC fast charging, or was it level 2 or something else?
It is a 60 kilowatt DC fast charger with 2 dispensers. So they have 2 buses, and the 2 dispensers charge one bus and then switch to the other bus and continue back and forth till they're topped off.
Okay. Now still on page 7 of your direct, you list some insights that BGE gained. And on line 16, you start saying from the bus operator perspective, BGE obtained the following insights. One of the insights is that number 4 at line 20, you say the price of EVSBs is not feasible without a subsidy. Now, that's based just on the company's experience with Howard County, is that correct?
That was a takeaway from that conversation, but it's also, vastly documented in industry papers and conversations that we've had with other utilities in states such as Dominion, Con Edison. I mean, just at the fact that a diesel bus is about $100,000 and an electric school bus is $350,000, and I think everyone knows that school budgets are very tight. To have a bus that's 3 times more expensive is just cost prohibitive.
Okay. But you also say that one of the lessons learned is that EVSBs are very low maintenance, correct? And that saves cost in terms of maintenance, and there's lower costs from charging with electricity than from buying diesel fuel, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know what Howard County Public School System's experience there is in terms of the savings they've had from the use of these buses?
I don't off the top of my head. I don't know if we've asked them for that.
Okay. Give me one just minute, please.
No problem.
So just one more question along that line of questions. Is it the company's position that the total cost of ownership of electric vehicle school buses is still higher than for diesel buses if you take into account both the additional upfront costs and the savings later down the line in terms of maintenance and fuel costs?
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I'd say no. I mean, like just using EVs in general, the total cost of ownership is less. It's more the burden of the upfront costs. Those are typically diesel. The cost of diesel is a certain price year over year, where the electric school bus being 3 times more expensive at the get-go. Installing the charging infrastructure is also a cost upfront too, if there isn't a subsidy. So all of that upfront cost is the burden, then more so than the overall total ownership costs being less over the life cycle of the bus. But the way schools have budgets, I think they have the ability to see those savings over a 15-year life cycle.
Okay. Thank you for that. Now, in your work with Howard County, how much of that work did the company do directly, and how much did the company do through any vendors?
In what regard?
Well, just supporting the company. I'm sure you mentioned a letter. I'm sure that was provided by the company.
Yes.
But in terms of charging infrastructure, did you work with a vendor for that?
The buses were, I believe, Thomas built buses, so they had recommended the charging infrastructure. A lot of the buses still today, whatever drivetrain the buses are manufactured with, they sort of partner or pair with a charging provider if they don't develop the charger themselves. So the charger that was, I don't know, call it a package, but was recommended for the bus was the one that was purchased.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure.
I can mark this exhibit. I don't think I marked the statute. I can mark that as OPC 1, please.
Okay.
And I will mark this next exhibit, please, as OPC 2. Ms. Grunke, do you recognize the document that I've marked as OPC 2?
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 second just to write down my exhibits so I don't lose track. And this is a question that OPC asked in discovery. And are these responses your responses?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, we're talking here about BGE's outreach with stakeholders and in what kind of work BGE may do to review other funding that's available to school districts, including federal and state funding. Now, the work that BGE would do in this respect would be under the sort of administrative or marketing budget for the program, correct?
To some extent, reviewing, we just as a company keep a pulse on all industry, happenings around electric vehicles and electric school buses. So, we stay on top of any funding available. As far as letting customers know about the other funding, we definitely could put that in brochures or flyers to the schools. We're doing that today for our EV Smart program. So customers go onto our website, there's information about our offerings, but we also have links to the federal and state offerings available as well.
Right. And the budget you proposed for your marketing is 2.5% of program costs, and that comes out to around 1.89 million, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Which is, I think staff has criticized that as perhaps being a too high budget. I guess the question I have for you is, with a budget of that size, could you do more than provide links to some of these programs? Could there be more hand-holding by the company for some of these school districts that may not be good at negotiating federal and state grants of this kind?
Yeah, absolutely. We, in my rebuttal, I think it's Exhibit 2, provide a marketing plan. So we will definitely, I say hand-holding, but, be very closely tied with the schools, as we are today. I mean, without this program in particular, we've been working closely with Baltimore City as they received EPA funding, and we are aware that Baltimore City and Baltimore County are both part of an application for Phase 2 funding. We're aware of the other counties that applied for Phase 1 funding, but Phase 1 prioritized low-income areas and then was a lottery after that. So for Phase 1 of EPA funding, the only county in Maryland that qualified for EPA funding was Baltimore City. The remainder were essentially waitlist, but then they opened up a Phase 2, which still has a focus of low-income communities as a priority, but does allow for, other criteria to be considered.
Okay. Because the cost of just putting a link on a brochure is next to nothing, right?
Right.
And there's some cost in sort of figuring out what those opportunities are, but your testimony is that the company would be willing to sort of do more on that count to help school districts identify and potentially get that sort of funding?
Correct.
Okay.
As we do today, I mean, we charge all of our customers about state and federal funding that's available, and try to encourage as much of that as possible. Especially with IIJA funding, we've been partnering with many of our local communities and customers to seek funding where possible.
Okay. Ms. Grunke, are you aware, in terms of other funding, are you aware of the Maryland Zero Emission Vehicles School Bus Transition Grant Program?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I approach?
Yes.
Mark this OPC Exhibit 3, please. Ms. Grunke, is this something, does this refresh your memory? Have you seen this before?
Okay. This is what we supported Howard County's application for in 2019.
Okay. Now, if you look, and what this is a section of Maryland statutory law. It's from the Environment article, and it creates a grant program for zero emission vehicles, correct?
Appears so, yes.
Okay. Now, if you look at section B4, it says the purpose of the program is to provide grants to county boards of education and entities that contract with county boards to provide transportation services to, and then subsection 4 is to fund pilot programs to experiment with the transition to school buses that are zero emission vehicles. Do you know if the General Assembly has ever appropriated money to this fund?
I believe so, because I believe this is what we receive. When I say we, Howard County received funding from.
The MEA.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you agree that if money were to be appropriated to this fund in the future, the fund could be a potential source of funds to help offset the cost of BGE's proposed pilot program?
Potentially. I do think, though, that, additional funds just help support the overall goal. It could potentially offset if that's the commission's order. But, as I've mentioned, there are 3,000 buses, approximately 3,000 buses in our service territory, 7,000 in the state. BGE is the only utility that has brought forth an electric school bus proposal, and we're, a year from the deadline, but that will come quickly, the October 1st deadline. So it's likely that BGE is the only utility proposing a program, and 200 buses of 7,000 is a very small number, especially with the aggressive goals that have been set forth in the Climate Solutions Now Act. So I would propose that additional funding from EPA, the federal government, or potentially the state continue to electrify additional buses beyond what we've proposed to help support the state's goals of net zero by 2045.
Okay. So if the issue were to come up in the General Assembly, should the General Assembly appropriate money to this fund? Is that something BGE would support?
Yes.
Okay. And as between, so we have the kind of two state policies. We have this fund, which I believe was established in 2019. We have the EV pilot program for utilities, which was established in the Climate Solutions Now Act. Both can be potential sources of funding to help school districts with the upfront cost of EV school buses and the related infrastructure. As between the two, does BGE have a position as to whether one should be the primary source of funds over the other?
Well, I would say that, this, if been around since 2019 and not funded, doesn't seem like it's made a lot of progress, where BG is committed to ensuring that the schools are moving forward with electrifying their fleet and offering them perhaps more assistance than this grant is currently outlaid to do in helping them with the charging infrastructure, the siting of the charging stations and the load that they'll expect. So being, an advisor and a trusted partner in electrifying their buses through our program versus, seeking this funding separately.
Okay.
But again, I think they should work together because we have lofty goals to achieve, and, neither program is going to likely get us there, given the number of buses that will be retired in the next several years and the number of buses that would be funded through either program.
Right, and because it's, how many buses total in the state?
7,000.
7,000, right. So do you agree that if all of those buses were to be replaced with the help of utility funds, meaning customer payments, that would be a large sum of money for customers to pay?
Yes, and I'm not suggesting that we should replace all of them. I'm just saying that we should all work together, that there should be multiple different opportunities for funding.
Okay, thank you. Almost done, Ms. Gronke. Could you please turn to page 10 of your rebuttal testimony?
Okay?
Okay. Sorry, I have to get there myself. Now, in this question and answer, we're talking about the number of buses that should be funded through this program. And you testify, and this is at line 4, the number of school buses in underserved and health-impacted communities is not relevant to the question of how many buses BGE should fund because the Climate Solutions Now Act does not limit the EVSB pilot program to just underserved and health-impacted communities. And by that you mean that the provisions of the Climate Solutions Now Act don't say that this program has to be focused just on underserved and health-impacted communities, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But the statute doesn't say how much of a focus a utility program should have, right? It leaves a certain amount of discretion both to the utility and the commission in approving utility programs.
Yeah, I would say it more so puts the burden on the school districts to prioritize those buses. Because it says the school's responsibility would be to identify buses serving, or schools serving students that are high concentration of free and reduced meals.
Okay, but it's up to the company to identify what those school districts are, or to identify, I mean, can't the company go to those communities and sort of encourage applications?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we intend to do.
Okay. Now you talked about how there's a 20% carve out for underserved and health impacted communities, and that represents the percentage of communities within the company's service territory that are underserved and health impacted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be kind of the effect of that 20% carve out would just be to try to ensure that those companies don't get less than their fair share, correct?
Yes, and also that, we don't want to make the program overly restrictive to say, if it was a 40% target, for example, and we don't have schools that are interested in those areas, or they haven't identified buses that would get us there. That's why we're saying at least 20%. We would like to do more, but we're setting, the floor at 20%, and we'll target more where possible. But we don't want, the goal is to get the buses on the road. So if it's an overly restrictive criteria, as we see with the EPA, that only Baltimore City in Maryland was eligible for the first round, that, that would lead to less buses being deployed if, the criteria was too high. And then, as I explained earlier, our largest underserved communities are in Baltimore City, and Baltimore City has already received 25 electric buses from the federal government, and potentially a few more in round 2 if they get selected. So that continues to limit the amount of available buses in underserved communities to rebate. So if it was an overly restrictive cap, then that's just going to lead to less buses being deployed.
Getting more buses on the road is important, but we talked a little bit ago in terms of the lessons learned from Howard County that, cost is an impediment to communities and school districts in getting these buses on the road. Do you think it's reasonable to think that the underserved and health impacted communities would have greater funding challenges?
Potentially. I don't know a lot about school budgets to know if schools in lower income communities have less budgets than other schools.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. We have one more exhibit. May I approach, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 4, please.
Thank you.
Ms. Gronke, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And this is a question from OPC and Discovery. And are you the author of this response?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Question here is A, does BGE know the time of day new load from bus depots is expected to occur? Please provide the time of day and indicate if this is coincident with BGE's distribution system peak. In answer A, you say that BGE anticipates that the buses will most likely be charging during the following time periods between 10 and 1 and then between 4 p.m. and 7 a.m. For the last 5 years, BGE's system summer peak for electric demand has occurred between 5 and 6. Therefore, new load from the buses could overlap with this time period. And so that it's possible that under normal circumstances, buses could charge on peak in a couple different times, right? That sort of after 4 o'clock p.m., which is, you mentioned is the time of the coincident summer peak, and then between 10 and 1 p.m., that's also considered peak time, for instance, for the company's EV pilot programs in terms of charging. Is that correct?
For the summer.
Okay.
But
And-
buses aren't usually running routes in the summer, as many buses anyway.
Right. But buses do get used sometimes in the summer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just not as frequently as these charging schedules that we've identified here.
Okay.
And that's the reason, talking earlier about the vehicle to grid demonstration of discharging the batteries when they return at the afternoon shift around 4 p.m. until off peak. So providing grid support in the hours of peak times and then recharging off peak.
Okay. Just one more exhibit I'd like to present to you, please. And I'd like to mark this OPC Exhibit 5.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gronke, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this?
This is the results of the Bradall BCA on our electric school bus proposal.
Okay. If you could turn please, to page 13. Are you there?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. And what does this page show?
This shows the charging profile for the buses that we anticipate.
Okay. And what this chart here on the right side of the page, that's consistent with what you described in that data request response, right? That you'd see potential charging in the middle of the day between the morning routes and the afternoon routes, and then charging after the conclusion of the afternoon routes.
Yes.
Now, has the company considered any sort of load management strategy with these buses? Meaning that, we talked just a moment ago about how if the buses start to charge, as soon as they get back from their afternoon routes, they're charging on peak.
Correct.
And that's sort of what the company expects, I think, what would happen in a business as usual situation. That's what this shows, right?
Yes.
But that's not necessarily good for the grid, right? Because you're adding to that peak load.
Right, and that's why, our program would fund the chargers that are smart chargers and the telematics, and that's part of the vehicle to grid demonstration, is to move that charging off peak.
Right.
Assuming the bus can take that. So, again, depending on the speed of the charger, the number of miles driven, and what the recharge window would look like, is there enough time to move the charging to off-peak hours?
Right, and in that vehicle to grid program, it wouldn't just be that the buses were not charging during that afternoon frame; they would be discharging, correct?
It could be either or both. I mean, they don't have to discharge in every scenario, and some may not be able to if they don't have enough time to recharge. So, but either provide benefits to BGE. They're either moving it off peak or discharging and then charging again on off peak times.
Would you agree that you don't necessarily need a vehicle to grid program to move charging off peak?
Correct, yeah. You would just need the smart charger, the telematics within the vehicle and the charger to be able to schedule the charging for off peak.
Okay. And is that something the company is thinking about taking up with school districts, talking with them about how they can manage their charging so that they don't start charging like at 4 or 5 o'clock and they wait until until later when the peak is down?
Yes, that would be part of when you do the vehicle to grid type bus, you would inherently have those capabilities as well. We are doing this with all customers. We have a federal DOE grant where we're doing smart charging for residential customers, moving their charge off peak. We're also working with commercial customers to do the same. So that is, the message that we would continue to give to our customers.
Do any of the company's current rates that encourage customers to charge off-peak, would any of those apply to school districts that are recipients of grants or rebates under this program?
Not our current DOE project. It's exclusive to the types of customers that were approved by the federal government. So that program would not apply to these customers at this time.
At this time. So the company would need to design a new rate for school districts to be incentivized to charge off-peak.
Well, I don't know that it's a rate necessarily. We just have the program in place to schedule their charging off peak. I don't know that they necessarily need to be compensated to do that.
Okay. But the company has not proposed whether it's a rate or a program or other mechanism for that in this current application, correct?
That would just be part of the V to G demonstration.
Okay. But again, you don't need V to G to shift load off peak, correct?
You don't. It's a form of it, of like moving. So we use the term V to X. It's could be powering something else on the site. It's just all encompassing of managing the vehicle when they're charging and not charging, whether it is dispatching to the grid or not.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all my questions, but if you give me just one second to look over my notes. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Frankie.
Staff,
I have no cross, Your Honor.
redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Gronke, could you turn back to page 6 of your direct testimony?
Yep.
You were asked a few questions by Ms. Miller at the start of your cross. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there. Yes.
So the criterias that are listed there, is it your understanding that they're meant to capture low income and minority communities?
Yes.
And then lastly, there was some discussion with OPC's counsel about whether or not the goals in the Climate Solutions Now Act, whether the goals were explicitly provided in that act. Do you have before you Senate Bill 528?
I believe so. Let me flip.
Yeah, take your time.
That's not it. Yeah. I have House Bill 696, but that is Senate bill.
Okay. Does the version that you have a large paragraph at the start of the document?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And it starts with "for the purpose of."
Yes.
All right. Can you read that, and you can stop at the word "measures"?
Put over here. Okay, so for the purpose of establishing an electric school bus pilot program, requiring the Public Service Commission to implement and administer the pilot program, authorizing investor-owned electric companies to apply to the Commission to implement an electric school bus pilot program with a participating school system if the pilot program meets certain standards, authorizing investor-owned electric companies to recover certain costs under the pilot program, subject to the approval of the Commission and generally relating to the electric school bus pilot program.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
It doesn't have measures in it.
Sure.
So, Ms. Gronke, I just handed you Senate Bill 528.
Okay.
And could you read the first line of that?
Sure. For the purpose of requiring the state to reduce statewide greenhouse gas emissions through the use of various measures.
And is that your understanding of the Climate Solutions Now Act's goal?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay, questions from the commissioner. Commissioner Slushman.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Good morning.
Morning.
So I'd like to go back to your testimony, your direct testimony on page 13, where you identified the goals of the pilot program, and you spoke with OPC Council about those goals.
Yes.
Okay. So, and you testified that one of the goals was to incentivize EV school bus adoption, recognizing that there may be shortages in resources for school districts to be able to afford to deploy these technologies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also list the V2X or V2G capability, and sort of evaluate the performance of the school bus, and I'm assuming the performance related to its usage utilization of the V2X capability. Is that part of that?
Yeah, as well as just it's a new technology that schools are just beginning to understand. So being able to have the experience to help inform future deployment. So are there certain driving behaviors that help? For example, we've learned with our Proterra buses that we were running through Baltimore City as an employee circulator that they were waiting, for employees with the doors open, and in the summer or the winter, letting out all the heat or the air conditioning would help, would further degrade the battery or the amount of charge they had. So learnings like that from deploying the buses to help educate schools for future deployment of electric school buses as well.
But ultimately, ultimately you're a utility.
Yep.
So and not a bus manufacturer.
Correct.
So I'm assuming what you're hoping to learn from the pilot is how utilization of EV buses will impact, benefit your company.
Yes.
as a utility. So I'm assuming that you're hoping to gain information on how the V2X aspect of the pilot will function.
Yes,
So-
one of the items.
Right. So as kind of a non-wire solution, for example. So at the end of the 5 years, how did the bus do in terms of supporting the grid constraints or addressing grid constraints?
Yep.
or did we have enough incentives to get them to use the chargers off peak? So that's at least some aspect of what you're hoping to gain from this program. So can you talk a little bit about how you're proposing to test the capabilities of the V2X?
Yes, we have outlined a couple examples of how we can test it. Would like to know where the buses are going to be deployed to have a very specific plan of different locations and the different demonstrations, but on a every location basis, we could definitely do the demand response type event where we are discharging the buses during peak times and recharging them off peak times. We've also proposed perhaps a resiliency demonstration so that if there are power outages, we can use the buses to power a community center or a school, for example, for as a cooling center if it's a hurricane. We have committed to exploring the possibility of whether these buses make sense as a resource in PJM. It depends on the volumes and where FERC 2222 is at that time. But there's many different things we can demonstrate that we would like to try at different locations.
Okay, but you can't propose specific measures now because you're not sure where the applications are going to be coming from. And I'm assuming that also relates to locational issues.
Correct,
Because that was specifically in the statute, that's some of what they'd like you to consider.
Yes, exactly. And like knowing the location, number of buses, and the nature of those bus routes, the available resource will be, very valuable in developing a comprehensive plan. But until we have that information, we can't commit to doing certain things at different locations without knowing where the buses will be.
So to me, that seems like that's a pretty important part of the pilot is to have in place the implementation plan. So are you proposing to submit that as kind of a phase 2 once you know what buses are going to be in the proposal?
Yes, absolutely. That's what we had said in our initial application, and probably in my direct testimony, is that we would come back to the commission once we had a sense of where the buses are going to be. So, once we have a program to offer the schools and they develop plans, before the buses are on the road, we can develop the V to G plan, the demonstrations per location. We just need to understand the location where they'll be deployed, the bus routes that they're planning for those electric buses, and the charging capabilities, and then we can absolutely submit a plan to the commission.
So I guess that leads to my next question, which is, how can you know what you need to spend until you know what it is the school systems are asking for you to? I mean, so you testified earlier that not all of the buses will be capable of participating in the V2X. Is that or all of them will be able to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then all of the charging stations will be able to. So you're not gonna to fund charging stations that don't allow for bi-directional.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So, but you won't know now what you need to spend until you know what proposals are coming in.
Well, we have developed a budget based on 204 buses and then charging infrastructure to support those buses. So we've developed an average cost of installation for the charging infrastructure based on prior experience with our public charging network. So that's how we're operating today with our public charging network. Is the installation costs vary per location, but we have an average that we have as a target, and some of them are under and some of them are over. But as long as we continue to average with what we expect to see, then we can stay in budget. So as far as the charging infrastructure, we've aligned that with the buses. We don't anticipate any costs coming from the V to G demonstration. So all of the technology needed is in the charging stations that would be purchased, which we've budgeted for. So as far as, coming up with a cost per location to do V to G wouldn't be something we would come to the commission for.
If we were to take cost out of the equation, and approved a sort of a phase 1 pilot in general terms, but asked you to go back and give us the budget once you come back with the implementation plan, would that slow you down in terms of proceeding with a phase 2?
Yeah, I believe so, because I think the budget that we've provided does that. We don't have the specifics detailed that in this location we're going to do.
But you did propose a $80 million.
Right.
Right. So what I'm asking is, since we don't know how many buses are, 5 buses, you could get proposals for 5 buses. And so here we've, authorized $80 million spend for 5 buses. So we don't really know how many buses are going to be part of this program. I guess I'm asking you if we were to outline or approve whatever outline of a program without the spend aspect of it, since we don't know how many buses are going to be part of this, and since we don't really have a clear sense of how you're going to be doing the second piece of it, which is the piece that's going to help benefit the grid, can we wait on making decisions about how much a spend we're talking about until we have a better sense of what your program is going to be looking like. So I feel like on some level we're kind of flying a little blind on the second piece of it, which I actually think is a very important aspect of it.
So I would say that, even approving the budget, we're not going to spend the money unless we get the applications. And again, given that what we're asking for is a very small piece of the number of buses that will be replaced during that time period, that will likely see requests for all 200 buses.
No, but what I'm asking is if we don't deal with the money piece of it right now, is that going to slow you down in terms of letting the school districts know that you're taking in applications, reviewing the applications, and making decisions about how which programs you want to fund and how you want to deploy the V2X aspect of the program?
So we had some initial conversations with the schools, and until we know what we can offer them as far as coverage on the cost of the buses, I don't think we'd get much further than we have today. That they want to understand what this program is to know what they're interested in moving forward with. So what is the cost to them for purchasing an electric school bus with or without the program? If we didn't have the program funding to offer them, what would they be applying for?
Well, if we made clear what we would authorize the program to cover without a number, because we don't know how many buses you're going to be funding.
Yeah, but I could assume that we'll get requests for all 200.
Right, but you may decide not to fund certain buses because there's not going to be locational benefits from it, or they're not going to commit to participating in the V2X. I'm just trying to, there seems to be a cart and horse issue here, and I'm just trying to figure out, the timing of when it's, you're asking us to fund a program that where certain, I think, key aspects of the program are still not defined. So I'm mostly it's just sort of a timing issue. And maybe you can sort of go back and think about how to sort of deal with my concerns. I actually wanted to talk to you a little bit about there's been some testimony about the wear and tear on the batteries, and are you thinking about looking at how participation in the V2X has an effect on batteries as part of the pilot?
Yes.
Okay. And are you thinking about funding battery replacement as part of the pilot?
No, we don't anticipate that the V2X demonstrations would degrade the batteries in any meaningful way. There are some preliminary studies on this that show that driving the bus and discharging the bus are essentially the same, and we're not going to be doing a full cycle. So what they call a full cycle is like a fully charged bus and then depleting the battery. So the impacts are minimal from initial studies. There have been, studies not so much on electric school buses, but on EVs in general, on fast charging them, and the degradation of the battery is minimal, if at all, based on number of charging cycles. So we're not anticipating having to replace any batteries. What we're demonstrating wouldn't be so frequent that the buses would be going through that full duty cycle that really is an impact to the bus just as driving it.
Okay, but that will be part of the pilot, is sort of a review of the
Absolutely.
impact
Yes.
on these batteries.
Yes.
Okay. You spoke with counsel for OPC about ways to incentivize plugging in during off-peak as opposed to sort of peak periods. And you're not proposing any sort of change in tariffs. You're not sort of proposing time of use or in this pilot. But are you suggesting, or are there opportunities for incentives to try to encourage school districts to wait instead of plugging it back in at 4, waiting until 7 to recharge, or maybe plugging in at 4 and taking it off and sending it back to the grid at 5, and then taking it back at 7.
Yes, and that's what we plan to demonstrate with the vehicle to grid demonstrations. Again, discharging the batteries on peak and recharging off peak. The chargers will have the capabilities to schedule the vehicles to charge off peak, and we will work with the school systems to make sure that the chargers are scheduled in a way that aligns with our V to G demonstrations and charging off peak.
Okay, but are you also going to try to test incentives, any kinds of incentives, sort of maybe, a test group of incentives and a test group of no incentives to see how the incentives encourage or discourage plugging into the system?
We are not. The statute actually states that the schools couldn't receive additional incentives for discharging the buses, that we have to return the buses to the state at which they were charged when we used them.
Right, but I had assumed that was the sort of a payment that would be received from PJM. I guess I'm asking, tariffs, time of use tariffs are a form of incentive.
Right.
I'm assuming that would not be counter to what the legislature said in terms of not having incentives.
No, and I believe witness Frayne, that's probably up next, would be best on those questions.
Okay, all right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Crockett, I wanted to ask you about, well, let's start with this. How many rebates, how much in terms of dollars does the company propose to put out during this pilot?
For the rebates for the school buses, it's $50 million.
Okay, and that's a statutory limitation in the Senate Bill 528, or its House Bill counterpart.
Yes, correct.
What is the other 30 million?
So that's for the charging infrastructure and just program implementation costs. The majority of that cost is for the charging infrastructure, so the statute also states that the utilities has to provide and install the charging infrastructure. So the majority of that cost is for charging.
So none of that is recouped through the rebates. The rebates are all used for buses.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, sorry, that's correct.
It just seems like a very high, you're doling out, the state's gonna dole out $50 million in rebates, and we're gonna spend another $30 million in hidden costs to make ready. And I'm having a hard time, I'm struggling with that, and where you came up with those numbers.
Well,
Why didn't the rebates incorporate some of that construction cost?
so the costs are in my direct testimony on page 21. We detail out the price of the charging station, the cost of installation, and then the cost of the line side work, which comes to about $22 million. The bus rebates, as we interpreted from the statute, is for school buses, and again, given the number of school buses that will be replaced in the life cycle, so we assume that 1/12 of the buses will be eligible for retirement each year. And in BGE service territory, that's 250 buses a year, so 1,000 buses over the course of the program. And we're only covering 200 of them. So, keeping all of the costs within the 50 million just decreases the number of buses that the schools would be eligible to receive funding for. And in which case, if they don't receive funding, they don't have to electrify the bus, and that goes towards not meeting our greenhouse gas emissions goals.
Well, I get that, but fortunately, we're able to have one of the chief authors of this legislation authorizing this with us on the commission, who will be able to inform us otherwise if that's the case. But it just seems to me like the legislature wanted to be transparent with a $50 million cap, and yet there's 60% additional. That's not transparent at all to the citizens of Maryland, and that blows my mind.
In our
I don't understand why the company, decided to go in that direction. The company seems to want to be hiding about 60% of the cost of this program, pilot.
Yeah, as explained, the budget table in my direct testimony explains the cost of the charging infrastructure.
I'm not asking about your budget table. I assume that's correct. I'm asking about the company's thinking with regard to transparency and the money spent on the pilot.
So in my rebuttal testimony, we also included a fiscal note from the legislative session that explains.
I've reviewed it.
Okay.
I've reviewed it. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it explains that there are 4 IOUs in Maryland. $50 million would cover about 200 school buses each, which would represent 800 school buses for the state.
I know, with 60% additional to fund the pilot program seems like a hell of a price to pay. I don't get it. It just boggles my mind that there really is no limitation. You can come in with any budget. There's been 100% of the 50 million. It's like, oh well, that's what it's going to cost us. That doesn't make sense. Could you comment?
So the chargers align with the number of buses, and that's the cost of the charging infrastructure.
You're missing my point. Maybe I'll ask Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Commissioner Barbe.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a couple very brief questions.
Actually, can you speak up a little bit? We're having a little trouble hearing you in the room. So.
Okay, sure. Is that better?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Terrific. I don't have my ordinary stellar new snowball microphone. I would presume that vehicle-to-grid buses cost more than just standard electric buses, correct?
It's not so much the bus; it's the charging infrastructure that's the more expensive, as I understand it.
Okay, all right. That's good. I wasn't able to tell from the testimony what the deal was with respect to that. So let me, and forgive me for not remembering the requirements of the legislative mandate, but are you required, and if not, do you plan to do an analysis in this pilot of payback rates, the number of years it's going to take to pay back the initial upfront cost differential as a result of the lower maintenance and fueling costs?
So we did the benefit cost analysis, which more looks at the environmental benefits. We do propose capturing the cost of operating costs of the electric school buses, and can absolutely do the comparison of what the school would anticipate those costs be for the diesel bus compared to the cost they're seeing for the electric bus.
Good. I would really love to see an analysis of actuals that shows what the purely financial payback is on all of this, because it's easy for somebody to simply say, oh, there's going to be less inhaled pollution and that's a benefit. And I'm not saying that isn't a benefit, but I, in particular, are
Okay. So your service territory has 9 counties in it, correct?
Yes, that for electric counties.
Yeah, I understand. So in those subdivisions, are the buses primarily owned by the school system or by contractors, or is it a mix?
It's a mix. So Carroll County, for example, is mostly contractors. Baltimore County, I think, is mostly owned by the county. So it is a mix.
Okay. And so for the one, but the statute allows you to provide buses to the school system or the school system's contractor, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
But I guess my question is, if you provide it to a contractor, I mean, well, do you know what the lengths of these contracts are in the counties?
I don't have the specifics. I know that, the buses are meant to operate for 12 years, so I would anticipate that, they have contracts along the life of the buses.
Okay. Because I guess what I was wondering was if we, purchase an electric bus for a contractor, and then for whatever reason the county decides to get a different contractor, I mean, do we get the bus back or?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, we could put that in the stipulations of the rebate, that the bus remains, that the contract for the school and that bus contractor operates with the useful life of the bus, if it doesn't already exist that way.
Okay. And then this issue about underserved communities and things like that, it's really going to be incumbent on the school system to make that guarantee, right?
Yeah, I mean, they would have to identify buses that they want to transition to electric or that are eligible. So, we will partner with them and, encourage as much as possible that they transition buses that meet that criteria for our 20%. But, if they didn't they don't identify schools or buses that meet that criteria, that's part of the reason we don't want to increase that beyond 20% to make it too, overly burdensome to get buses on the road. If, let's say, in one school in particular, they just replaced all their buses, probably unlikely, but, they're not eligible for replacement in the next 4 years, then that would limit the exposure. They could move the buses around to a different school perhaps, but we're really reliant on the schools to help us meet that goal.
Okay. And then you had some discussion in your testimony about training of the drivers and how to operate the electric school bus. And you made that mention earlier about leaving the door open, actually degrades. I mean, who's going to be doing the training of these bus drivers?
So in our conversations, we've found that a lot of the bus dealers are doing training because it, new technology. A lot of bus drivers have been driving for decades and are used to operating a diesel bus. So we're relying on the bus dealers provide driving and charging training. We've also talked to some contractors that operate in our state, such as Highland, that does extensive training. So we've compared their bus deployment in Montgomery County to the range that we're seeing with the buses that were deployed in Howard County. And there's different factors where Howard County does highway miles and Montgomery County doesn't, but they're seeing greater range in the buses in Montgomery County because of the training that the drivers went through versus the training that the Howard County buses received.
And if you know, I mean, how many electric bus manufacturers are there?
I don't know the exact number, but say a handful.
All right, so are we going to have supply chain problems down the road with? I mean, I'm assuming that other states are looking at this too.
Yes. So we are, working. There's been a focus of the federal government with their EPA funding, so taking some learnings from their program. They don't require the V2G standpoint, but we're seeing the lead times still in the 7 to 12 month range, but beyond that, it seems to be improving from the COVID times.
And so there's this pot of money that comes from EPA to help fund these activities, but the school system has to be the applicant, right? You can't apply for that money.
The utilities cannot. The new round, the second round of EPA funding, allows schools or contractors to apply. So
Okay.
the first round was only schools. They did open it up to contractors, but no, the utilities are not eligible.
But I guess I'm wondering how we're going to synchronize what seems to be a lot of different moving parts. You know, the school system sort of figuring out they want to do this, and then making a commitment that they're going to do it in the areas that you want it done, the low income areas and the disadvantaged communities, and then also trying to factor in this EPA grant money.
Right.
I mean, maybe explain to me how you think it's going to work.
So, I mean, the EPA has come out with these rounds of funding so far, and it's been pretty clear on their requirements, and it's been focused on low income and I think it's tribal lands as well that the focus are. So Maryland in the first round, only Baltimore City qualified. They opened it up a little bit in the second round, still have the focus on low income. So many of our Maryland counties still don't qualify for the second round of EPA funding. We'll continue to monitor that as, you know, hopefully additional rounds are released. But I don't see an impact in, again, the number of buses that need to be transitioned in the next several years and what both programs would be covering. So the limit for the current round of EPA funding is 50 buses, I believe, depending on the size of your school. So still not, really reaching the number of buses we anticipate to be retired each year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Your Honor, if I may, I forgot to move my exhibits, so I would request to move into evidence OPC exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
No objection.
Okay, so admitted. All right, so given the fact that it's 5 of noon, or 10 of noon, I guess, why don't we hold off on Mr. Frayne until after lunch, and so we'll come back at 1 o'clock. So.
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
Oh, really?
Okay, back on the record.
Your Honor, the company calls John C. Frayne to the stand.
And do you want to?
Sure.
Mhm.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalties of perjury that the statements made in this matter today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your first and last name, and give us your address, business address.
My name is John C. Frayne. It's JOHN FRAIN. And my business address is 2 Center Plaza, 110 West Fayette Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21201.
Thank you.
Mr. Frayne, do you have before you the direct testimony of John C. Frayne dated April 27th, 2023, consisting of 4 pages and 1 exhibit?
It's 6 pages, actually.
Duly noted.
Yeah, but yes.
Do you also have before you the rebuttal testimony of John C. Frayne dated August 25th, 2023, consisting of, in my copy, 13 pages?
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare or have prepared under your direction your direct and rebuttal testimonies?
I did, yes.
Do you have any corrections to your direct testimony?
I do have one correction. Besides the pagination, which got off, and I think is why you were saying 4 pages, on the on the 4th page of my testimony, which actually, apologies for the pagination problem, says page 2 at the bottom. It's the first Q&A under section 3, EVSB program cost recovery. Starting the sentence that starts at the end of line 3 that says, in this current filing, the company is proposing to establish a regulatory asset for the rebates and funding detailed in the company's proposal as presented in Table 1 above, with the exception of approximately $600,000 of the make-ready funding component that represents capital costs, it should read, instead of approximately 600,000, it should read approximately 4 million. There's a table 1 on the page before that, and that table totals to $4 million over the 4-year pilot under capital. And the 600,000 was a 2024's spend, not the total for the program.
Do you have any other corrections to your direct testimony?
I do not.
Do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
If I ask you the same questions today in your direct and rebuttal testimonies, given the corrections you provided, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Your Honor, I move to admit Mr. Frame's direct testimony as Company Exhibit 4, I believe we're up
Yes,
to,
4, yeah.
and his rebuttal testimony as Company Exhibit 5.
Seeing no objections, so marked and admitted.
And Your Honor, with that, I do have 2 rejoinder questions that I'd like to get through quickly. Mr. Frame, on page 18 of OPC witness Lane Sir rebuttal, she testifies that she disagrees with your recommendation that the EV school bus program should be treated as a regulatory asset. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Can you just provide us with your response to her comment specifically on page 18, lines 5 through 15?
Yes. On page 18, OPC witness Lane is talking about what she believes are several flaws with the company's proposal. And she says that the fact that a utility investment provides benefits over multiple years does not dictate its classification as an expense or a capital asset, as there are many kinds of utility expenses that provide customer benefits over multiple years that are not classified as capital assets. She goes on to use an example of operation and maintenance costs, or O&M, related to storm remediation, as well as other kind of overhead maintenance repair projects or work. And she says that they provide long-term benefits by extending the life of an asset, yet are not classified as a capital asset. And I believe that OPC witness Lane, I think she's confused on this point. First, I am not recommending that the EV school bus expenses be treated as capital or as planned. The company's recommendation and our proposal is for a regulatory asset. A regulatory asset, by its very definition, is expenses that would otherwise be incurred and recorded as expenses in 1 year, but for various reasons are treated by a regulator as an asset and then amortized over a period longer than 1 year. It could be 2 years, 3 years, it could be 10 years. It's a multiple year period. And there are numerous reasons why regulators use regulatory assets in this manner. It's a time-tested, traditional way of handling one-time costs that for, again, as I was saying, various reasons, a regulator might want to place into rates over a longer period of time. It could be because the benefits that the expenses relate to actually are going to be seen by customers over a longer period of time, and so you want to match the benefits with the costs. It could be that the costs themselves are one-time, non-recurring, and are so large that in the regulator's determination, they don't believe that it would be reasonable to build those costs into rates at one point in time. And so they amortize that over a number of years. It can be for a number of reasons. The example here that OPC witness Lane uses about O&M for storm restoration or repairs, she says that they extend the life of an asset yet are not capital. And that's actually not true. It's not consistent with GAAP, with generally accepted accounting principles. In fact, what makes a cost capital is the fact that it actually extends the life of an asset. So when BGE goes out and does storm repairs, if we actually incur costs to put a piece of equipment back to the state that it was prior to the storm where it was damaged, that's O&M expense, because we're not actually putting a new asset or extending the life of an existing asset beyond what it otherwise would have lasted. What does make something capital is when it does extend the life of an asset. I think that, she's just confused on this point, and I wanted to make sure that that was corrected.
And one final question, Mr. Frayne. Ms. Lane also, in her rebuttal, argues that the EV school bus regulatory asset and other EV program costs are similar to Empower energy efficiency programs and costs. Do you believe that that is an appropriate comparison?
No, I disagree with that, and I disagree with the suggestion that regulatory assets for EV programs or this EV school bus program are the same or similar to the Empower regulatory asset. Empower and the energy efficiency programs are, by their very nature, different. Empower are programs where there's annual energy efficiency goals that must be met, and those are goals that the utilities must meet year after year after year. Empower has been around since 2008. And, in this case, with the EV school bus pilot that we're looking at right here, it's a pilot. It's a limited pilot for a 4-year period. This is not a situation where an unrecovered balance might grow to be a significant or meaningful amount that, like what the Commission has seen with Empower and with the energy efficiency programs. There's no question in my mind that that recovering the costs of the EV school bus program through a regulatory asset is more affordable for customers. The customers' affordability to them is looking at their monthly bill and can I pay this month's bill? They're not, looking at the overall total cost of a program and questioning, hey, am I going to be able to pay for the total cost of that program? They're looking at their monthly bill. That's what they're seeing. That's what they're concerned about, and that, I believe, is what affordability means for our customers and for BGE's customers.
Your Honor, with that, Mr. Frayne is available for cross.
MEA,
No questions.
LCV,
No questions.
Office of People's Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have some questions for Mr. Frayne. Good afternoon, Mr. Frayne.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to talk to you about a regulatory asset, which I'm guessing you're expecting. I want to just take a step back and clarify the kind of regulatory asset the company is requesting here. It's for a 5-year term, and the regulatory asset would be recovered at the company's authorized rate of return, correct?
So what the company is proposing here is a regulatory asset that would be amortized over 5 years, and the regulatory asset would be included in rate base, and because the company is going to have to actually finance the deferral of those expenses that go into that regulatory asset, and so yes, the return on rate base that the Commission authorizes as a fair and reasonable return is the return that the company would receive in order to recover the financing costs or the costs associated with financing that deferral.
Okay, thank you. Now, I was going to ask you about, the company's rationale for establishing a regulatory asset here and amortizing it over 5 years, and you just identified one of the I think 4 reasons that you discuss in your rebuttal testimony. But I want to just tick through them one by one and make sure that I'm characterizing your testimony and your rationale correctly.
Is there a specific spot in my
Yeah,
rebuttal?
and I'll go through the pages specifically when I tick through the bullets. The first one is that establishment of a regulatory asset and amortizing it over 5 years would be consistent with the Commission's decision in case number 9478, which is the EV pilot program, and specifically with Order 88997 issued in that case, and with Order 89678 in the company's first multi-year plan case. Is that correct? And that's page 2 of your rebuttal.
Yes.
Okay. Second factor, and you discussed this a little bit in your rejoinder testimony, that recovering cost of the program through a regulatory asset would better align the recovery of cost with the period over which the pilot would be completed and the period over which benefits of the pilot would be realized by customers and school districts. Is that correct also? And that's page 2 of your rebuttal.
So actually what, I think, no, I don't think that you characterized it properly there.
Okay.
So what I say on page 2 of my testimony here is that we're requesting a 5-year recovery period as customers and the school systems are going to realize the benefits from the rebates over a period of years extending well beyond 1 year, given the number of years the buses will be operational and in service. So per Maryland statute, school buses in Maryland are able to be operational for 12 years, and actually the company, our plant accounting, the plant account that the EV school buses would have been recorded to if we owned an EV school bus, that plant account is actually in footnote 4 of my rebuttal testimony there on page 2. That plant account is 392.30 transportation equipment heavy truck, and the average useful life of an EV bus that would be recorded there is approximately 14 years. And so the proposal that we're making here is to amortize the regulatory asset over 5 years. But in reality, if we were going to try to perfectly match the costs and the benefits, it would be more like a 12 to 14-year period. But I think in the interest of trying to be reasonable, and the fact that the Commission has already set a precedent there in the first EV proceeding, case 9478, we proposed a 5-year amortization period.
And I'm not sure what you just disagreed with in my characterization. Could you put a finer point on that?
Yeah, so you said that I think in your question, what I heard you say was that our proposal was based on the pilot being a 4-year pilot and looking to, match the costs of the pilot with the benefits over that pilot period. And what I was disagreeing with is that I think, and our testimony certainly supports this, that the benefits of this pilot are going to extend well beyond a 4-year pilot. Those benefits are going to be seen for the life of the EV school buses.
Okay, thank you. Third factor, and you did address this in your rejoinder as well, is that recovering costs through a regulatory asset will result in lower monthly bills for customers, and that's discussed on page 3 of your rebuttal, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the fourth factor, and then again you also discussed this in your rejoinder a moment ago, is that recovery through the regulatory asset allows the company to recover its cost of financing, the cost of the deferral. Is that also correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and on that deferral, is it a correct characterization that the size of the program the company is proposing is $80 million, and that if that were all collected, if that were all expensed on an annual basis as it was spent, then there would be significant rate impact. For that reason, the cost should be spread over time. And if you're spreading it over time, then the company should be able to collect its costs of financing that. Is that an accurate summary?
Yeah, I would say that that we are looking to make sure that customer bills are affordable, and that I'm not saying that putting this level of spend in rates itself by itself is necessarily rate shock, but I think when the Commission considers this along with other things that are happening with customer bills that we really need to consider ways, especially in an instance here where from a rate making standpoint, the very clear right thing to do is to actually match the costs better with the benefits that customers are going to see. It just makes sense to amortize to defer the cost into a regulatory asset and to amortize that over a longer period, like 5 years. Otherwise, number one, you're going to be asking customers to prepay for something that they're not going to see the benefits of for years in the future. And there's another principle of intergenerational equity whereby if you ask customers today to pay for something that actually is going to benefit customers in the future, then the right customer is not actually paying for the cost. And I think that's what you would see here as well.
Okay, and just to, it wasn't part of my planned questions, but on the intergenerational equity, I mean, we're not talking about generations here. We're talking about the difference between expensing and collecting over 4 years and amortizing and collecting over a total of 8 years, correct? So it's kind of within the same generation. Wouldn't you agree?
No, I wouldn't. That principle is something that is applied to, it's not just like saying, hey, today's generation is going to pay for something that someone 20 years from now would be paying. It's about getting the cost of service right for the right customers. And BGE service territory, we certainly have a number of customers who move in and move out of the territory every year. And so there will be a number of customers who would be paying for this who will not see the benefits if we were to go with OPC's recommendation for annual expensing.
Okay. Mr. Frank, could you please look again at page 2 of your rebuttal? And I want to direct your attention to the Q&A at starting at lines 7 and 8. Again, where you referred to Order 88997 that was entered in case number 9478. In your answer there, you used the phrase 5-year period consistent with the amortization period granted by the Commission for the EV Pilot Program, and then in accordance with Order 88997. And I just want to be clear that there's nothing about Order 88997 that allowing regulatory asset amortized over 5 years in this case would be in accordance with. That order, 2019 order, limited to phase 1 of the Commission's EV pilot program. It has no direct bearing on this case. Do you agree with that?
No, I do not agree with that. This is a pilot that's looking at EV school buses, and the regulatory asset that was approved in case 9478 was about EV electric vehicle programs here in Maryland, and so I think it is instructive and something that the Commission should consider.
Okay, instructive, but there's no discussion of EV school buses in that order, correct?
No, there wasn't.
Now, if you could look, please, on page 9 of your rebuttal. And again, I'm going to, starting at line 19, again, we're talking about Order 88997. And you say, I will also note that OPC Witness Lane does not raise any facts or circumstances that have changed since Order 88997 that should lead to a Commission determination different than its prior decisions. Indeed, the principles and rationale on which the Commission based its decision to include costs associated with EV's pilot programs and base rates remain applicable today. Can you elaborate on what principles and rationale you had in mind when you made that testimony?
Well, I think it's what we've been discussing. Electric vehicles and electric vehicle school buses are intended to provide benefits, environmental benefits, climate benefits to customers and to Maryland over a longer period of time than 1 year. And so what I was thinking about there in terms of the principles is just the principle that an electric vehicle or an electric vehicle school bus that is going to be around for much longer than 1 year, that rebates associated and costs and expenses associated with putting those electric vehicles or electric vehicle school buses on Maryland roads should be recovered over a longer period than 1 year, so that you match the costs and benefits and the right customers are paying for it.
Okay. Excuse me. But in these two orders, Order 88997 and above, again, you reference Order 89678, did the commission in those orders articulate principles and rationale for the cost recovery that you're proposing here?
For electric school buses?
No, for the EV pilot program.
I don't remember exact words from the order, but that I believe is the reason that the commission approved a 5-year regulatory asset.
Okay. Now, going back to the EV pilot program, when the commission issued Order 88997, it did not approve contemporaneous recovery of that regulatory asset in rates, correct?
The commission approved a regulatory asset to capture and track the costs associated with the electric vehicle programs. There was no surcharge associated with it. And at the time of the EV order there in 2019, there was no multi-year plan rate structure in place yet in Maryland. And so there was, yes, the costs were not placed into rates contemporaneously with the costs starting to be incurred there, but there was a regulatory asset approved to track the costs, and those costs were eventually moved into rates subsequently in the next base rate case.
And so what the commission said is, BGE and all the other utilities as well, you have authority to establish these regulatory assets, and we're going to look at the expenditures the companies have made in the next rate case and review them then and decide whether to allow the cost to be built into rates, correct?
Yes, and now that there are multi-year plans here in Maryland, and BGE is operating under a multi-year plan today, and we have our second multi-year plan request in front of the commission right now, in multi-year plans, costs are built into the base rates on a forecasted basis. There is still a prudency review. The forecasted amounts that are initially built into rates are reviewed for prudency later in a multi-year plan proceeding. And there's also a reconciliation process whereby there's a review of any differences in those costs to ensure that the prudency review does happen and that ultimately customers pay no more or no less than the actual costs incurred and are held harmless.
Isn't it also true that the commission didn't want to allow contemporaneous recovery because it was uncertain about whether the promised benefits would be achieved through that Phase 1 EV pilot program?
That I do not know.
Okay. Do you recall what Potomac Edison proposed as part of that EV pilot?
I do not.
Okay. If I told you that they proposed a surcharge mechanism with contemporaneous recovery, is that consistent with your memory?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness said he didn't know.
Okay. I can move on.
Yeah, do that.
And I think you mentioned this, but in the after the approval of the regulatory asset for Phase 1 in Order 88997, the company did request recovery of the costs it had incurred up to date in its first multi-year plan, correct?
Yes.
And the
correct.
commission granted recovery.
Correct.
Okay. Up to that point of the cost.
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, for this case, the MYP now exists in a way that it didn't when Order 88997 was entered. And so the company is requesting inclusion in rates now for this program, correct?
Yes, just like every other electric distribution investment and cost that we're forecasting to have for the next multi-year plan period of 2024 through 2026.
And that return that the company wants to build into rates under case 9692, that includes the company's authorized rate of return, correct?
So yes, the multi-year plan in case 9692 does include a proposal for this EV school bus program regulatory asset to be included in rate base.
Okay. So aren't we in a different posture now from the posture of 88997 in that approval now would allow contemporaneous recovery?
That isn't, I don't think that that's really a determining factor in terms of, what type of recovery is appropriate. Like I said earlier, the principles that I believe drive the reasoning for a regulatory asset are it's about matching the costs with the benefits that customers would see. It's about intergenerational equity. And yes, we proposed a 5-year regulatory asset because that was determined to be a reasonable amortization period in a prior case for electric vehicles by the Commission. But that in and of itself isn't the only reason why I believe and the company is proposing a regulatory asset to be amortized over 5 years here. I believe that a 5-year amortization period is a reasonable balance between the period over which the benefits would be seen by customers, which I believe could be up to 12 to 14 years, and affordability for customers.
Okay. Now, apart from the support that the company provided to Howard County that your colleague Ms. Gronke discussed this morning, the company has not ever conducted an EV school bus pilot program, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And would you agree that the benefits that the company hopes to realize, that you talked about wanting to align with cost recovery, would you agree that those benefits are not 100% certain?
Well, I think the Maryland General Assembly, in passing the Climate Solutions Now Act, did determine that the benefits of replacing diesel school buses with electric vehicle school buses are certain enough to pass the statute and the legislation.
Okay. But the company did its own cost-benefit analysis for this, or BCA, benefit cost analysis, correct?
Yes.
And some of the benefits that the company discussed in that BCA, done by its consultant Brattle, were associated with implementation of a vehicle-to-grid program, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the company currently has no demonstration project for vehicle-to-grid at this time.
Not to my knowledge, but I'm also not, the operational person who would be dealing with such programs.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit more about the choice of 5 years. Can you say, like, you've talked a few minutes ago about how the lifetime of these buses, the expected life, or at least the statutory limit on how long they can operate under Maryland law is 12 years in most circumstances, can be extended to 15 in some circumstances. That's correct, right?
Yes.
But the company is not proposing to amortize over a 12-year period. Can you explain why that is, if the part of the object is to align cost recovery with the benefits being provided by the buses?
Well, I think we also, in looking at this, understand that the Commission has looked at electric vehicle programs before and determined that a 5-year amortization period was appropriate. We also understood that this was a 4-year pilot, and that, having a regulatory asset amortized over 12 to 14 years, that's not typical regulatory assets, at least for BGE and, to my knowledge, in a lot of other Maryland utilities and to my knowledge around the country. Regulatory assets aren't amortized for long periods of time, like, 12, 14, 15 years. And so in my mind, the commission precedent around a 5-year amortization period for an EV regulatory asset, pilot regulatory asset before, along with just generally how long regulatory assets in general have been amortized here in Maryland. 5 years was a reasonable balance between the 12 to 14 to 15-year period that the benefits might be realized and what, the commission has typically been, approved before.
Mr. Friend, you talked a few minutes ago about affordability, and the argument you've made is that establishing the regulatory asset, amortizing it over 5 years so that you're collecting cost over an 8-year period would lead to a more affordable monthly bill. Now, you've read OPC witness Ms. Lane's testimony in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you saw, I think it was in her direct testimony, that she calculated that regulatory asset treatment would increase total costs of the program by about $12 million. Did you recall that part of her testimony?
I do.
Okay. Do you agree with that?
I agree that it's going to cost, in terms of total costs more, sure, certainly. But that type of scenario is exactly what we all do every day, or most of us do, when we think about purchasing things like homes or cars. When we're going out and, making an investment in something that doesn't happen every day, that is going to cost a meaningful amount of money, you typically finance that, and you finance it and go into it willingly, knowing that the total cost that you're going to pay over the 15-year mortgage, 30-year mortgage, whatever time frame it is that you agree to, is going to be more than you would if you paid for all of it up front. But we can't all pay for, investments like that up front. So you finance it and do that for the monthly payment that's more affordable for you to handle.
In terms of the lower monthly bill, you've included some data in your testimonies, and you say it would be, if you amortize the regulatory asset over 5 years and collect it over 8, then you have lower monthly bills. But that's true only for the first 4 years, right? Because if you were expensing these costs, they would all be collected in those first 4 years, and then you would have no bill impacts in the subsequent 4 years, correct?
Yes, because you've prepaid for, what the benefits that you're going to see in the future. So yes, the customers who pay in those first years would pay, and then customers in the future wouldn't need to pay. But that's the very issue that is we're trying to address with a regulatory asset, and then commissions address through regulatory assets to better match the costs and the benefits, and to better match the customers who are receiving the benefits with the customers who end up paying.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Frame. Just a few more questions. I want to talk a little bit about the costs of financing, and I want to look in particular at page 8 of your rebuttal. And this is where you, in part, talk about from lines 6 to 12 about how, I'm reading at line 8, the return simply allows BGE to recover the cost of financing these costs, which will be necessary. Inclusion of the regulatory asset and rate base allows for recovery of the investor financing costs associated with not collecting the revenues at the time the expenses are actually incurred. Do you agree that when we talk about financing, we're talking about a combination of debt financing and equity financing, correct?
Yes.
And the rate of return that the company gets is intended to cover the weighted average cost of capital between debt and equity.
Yes, that's because the company has both debt and equity investors. We receive funds from them, and so the weighted average cost of capital is there to basically calculate how much of the financing is coming from the debt holders and how much is coming from equity investors.
And the rate of return includes a return on equity, correct? For shareholders.
Yes, because some of the financing comes from equity investors, shareholders, yes.
And therefore, all else being equal, if you're recovering program expenditures as a regulatory asset, you are increasing shareholder profits, correct?
We are going to, if you are financing a deferral of expenses in a regulatory asset, the financing costs are going to come from paying debt holders and from paying shareholders, yes.
Okay. Do you agree that if program expenditures were financed with 100% debt financing instead of a combination of debt and equity as sort of under the authorized rate of return, the cost to ratepayers would be less?
No.
Okay, but isn't the cost of equity higher than the cost of debt?
The cost of equity, yes, typically is higher than the cost of debt. But if a utility could even go out and finance an entire business using debt, the cost of debt would likely be higher. It's not how investor-owned utilities manage the business, and it's not how they're set up. BGE is an investor-owned utility. We have both debt and equity holders, and our financing sources are reflected in the weighted average cost of capital.
Okay. Just last questions about you talked a little bit about, in your rejoinder testimony, about the theory of regulatory assets. And I think you said that, there might be various reasons why a commission might grant regulatory asset. And you took through some of those cases. And I just want to clarify that the decision over whether to allow any utility company to establish a regulatory asset, that's based on the commission's discretion, correct?
The commission has the authority to approve regulatory assets, yes.
Okay. And the commission also has authority to determine what kind of rate of return is given on those regulatory assets.
Absolutely. The commission authorizes what the rate of return should be for utilities, yes.
In your joint, you mentioned GAAP, the generally accepted accounting principles. And I just want to clarify, those principles govern when it's appropriate for accounting reasons for the company to designate something a regulatory asset. But they don't have anything to do with the commission's authority to determine whether a regulatory asset is appropriate, correct?
Yes, generally accepted accounting principles for regulatory assets, they're going to require that there be sufficient support for the regulatory asset, and commission approval would be part of that.
Right. And so in other words, the company can book something as a regulatory asset when there's good reason to believe the commission will allow regulatory asset treatment.
So generally accepted accounting principles require that the management make a judgment about whether a regulatory asset or an amount that might be deferred into a regulatory asset is probable of being recovered. Yes, so part of that kind of management judgment is looking at whether there is sufficient support for regulatory approval for it to be recovered in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Frayne. I have no further questions.
Staff.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Frayne.
Hello.
Afternoon, sorry. Anyway, I wanted to ask you, what is the amortization period you're recommending?
5 years.
And has your recommendation changed at all?
No, I continue to believe that 5 years is the most reasonable. Certainly, there's been proposals from other parties. Staff has proposed, I believe, now 4 years. And if the commission were to approve 4 years because the commission thought it was more reasonable, I think that that's certainly, something that the commission can do and would be a reasonable outcome. But I continue to believe that 5 years is the most appropriate, given the fact that the benefits from these EV school buses are going to be actually realized by customers over a much longer period of time.
So you did think 4 years would be an okay amount, though, right?
If the commission determines that 4 years is the right period for this, I don't think that we would object to it necessarily. That's up to the commission's discretion.
How do you see a regulatory asset affecting rates in the current and next multi-year rate plan?
Yeah, so in the current multi-year rate plan, we have included in that proposal for 2024 through 2026 our forecast of the EV school bus program, which includes a regulatory asset that we've proposed here. Those amounts, if approved by the commission to be included in the 2024 through 2026 multi-year plan forecasted rates, would be put into place starting in 2024. But then, just like all other costs in the multi-year plan, they would go through a reconciliation process after we've provided a lot of reporting on what the actual costs are and done variance analysis on what the difference is between the actual costs and what was forecasted. And ultimately, those differences would then be looked at for review, along with the prudency of the actual costs that we had incurred in a subsequent reconciliation.
Does BGE intend to file a new tariff to control the rates for these school bus operations?
The EV school bus owners are already BGE customers under existing rate schedules. I think that most of them are probably going to continue taking service under our scheduled GL, and so the rates that would govern these EV school bus owners would continue to be those schedule GL rates. We do intend, once the commission approves, hopefully a program for this EV school bus, to file a tariff rider that would govern the way that this program would be handled and the terms and conditions under which school systems and contractors might expect to be able to get some of the funding available through this program. Yes, we would do that.
What rates will be charged?
The rates that the school systems and contractors who might have these EV school buses are currently under, the schedule that they're currently under, which I think for most of these customers is Schedule GL.
Do all classes receive a benefit from this program?
Yes, I think you could say that, all classes, receive some type of benefit from this program. I think that ultimately the commission will look at a cost of service study in a future rate case and determine how these costs would ultimately be recovered and from which customer classes during that reconciliation process. But I think certainly replacing diesel school buses with the EV school buses provides environmental benefits that will benefit customers in BG's service territory and in Maryland generally.
Okay, referring to Ms. Gronke's testimony, would you agree with her that discharge of the battery for V to G and operation of the vehicle has the same effect on the life of the battery?
I'm not an expert on EV school buses and the batteries and the way that operating them can affect the battery life, so I can't really say.
Do you believe using the batteries for V2G or V to everything would affect or reduce the life cycle of the battery?
All right, I'm going to object. The witness has stated he's not an expert.
Yeah, I think he's already indicated that this is kind of beyond his expertise.
How about potential effects on the value of the investment in the buses if this were to have some type of effect on the lifespan of the battery?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again.
Yeah, again, I still think this is a little outside his area. No offense.
What are BG's financial goals in this pilot?
Well, what BG's goals are were actually in company witness Gronke's testimony, and they align with the Climate Solutions Now Act, and we're looking to what we've proposed here is an EV school bus pilot that we believe provides benefits that the state was looking for through the Climate Solutions Now Act and does it in an affordable way for customers.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Questions from the commission? Commissioner Barve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Okay, great. There are certain aspects to the mathematics and accounting of the utility industry that I still have to get myself familiar with. So forgive me if these are dumb questions, but you know I'm a dumb commissioner right now. So let me ask them. So you want to finance this program partially through debt and partially through equity, correct?
Yeah, that's how utility investments are financed. That's right, through debt and equity.
And refresh my memory. What percentage are you proposing for debt, and what are you proposing for equity?
Yeah, so BGE in our current multi-year plan proceeding, we're proposing 52% equity and 48% debt, and that's pretty much consistent with what was authorized by the commission in the first multi-year plan for BGE.
Okay, that's what I thought I remembered it as being. So, roughly 50-50. So, I mean, I presume that the calculation of the interest on the debt portion is going to be calculated in a manner that's similar to private debt financing in the sense that in the calculation, the debt percentages are basically compound upon themselves, right?
Well, the debt, the cost of debt that we have is actually
like when you do a mortgage, the mortgage interest compounds upon itself. Is that a fundamentally similar phenomenon that would occur here?
I don't think that there's compounding interest necessarily in the same way with the long-term debt that utilities have or that BGE has necessarily.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I mean, as a general practice, though, what you seem to be saying is that you're doing this partial debt and equity sharing because it's just a typical and prudent practice in industry because you can't really predict what the interest rates or the equity load rate is going to be. So you're basically hedging your bets by doing 50-50 here. Is that basically what your rationale is?
Yeah, and the credit rating agencies and investors, they look at utilities and rate them in terms of their financial health, and that's the type of, sort of mix, that roughly 50-50 that you're talking about, that they're looking for from a healthy utility.
Okay, let's go to the length of the amortization period, which from what I've been able to read and from what I've been able to hear, you settled upon 5 years because you felt that that was something that the commission would authorize because of prior rulings, but it definitely doesn't sound like what you would prefer to do. It's clear to me that if you had your preference, you would do this over 12 or 14 years, but the impression I get is that you landed upon 5 because you felt the precedent of this of the actions of this commission indicated that that would be
the prudent thing to ask for. Am I basically correct there?
Yeah, largely. I think that the way I would put it is there's support for a longer period, but there's judgment involved here as well. And 5 years was a period that the commission determined to be reasonable and appropriate before for an electric vehicle pilot, and I felt that that was appropriate here as well, especially given the fact that these EV school buses could last for a lot longer than that.
Okay, I'd like to discuss a little more the interplay you had with the People's Council. The People's Council made the argument that, the longer you make the amortization period, the greater the interest charge, and therefore this would therefore be more expensive to, ratepayers. And I don't see that argument as being completely wrong, but I didn't really quite grasp what your counter argument to that was. So if you could replay that for me to shore up my faulty memory, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. So, and maybe I can, give a little bit more of an in-depth answer to it and see if this helps. But the theory for any investment that anyone makes, and I think it would hold true for a customer who might be paying for the cost of this EV school bus here, if you make an investment today, that means that you're taking cash that you have today and you're outlaying it, and you no longer have it available to you. So that means that you can't use it to put that cash into some other investment, right? But if you don't have to spend that cash today, then you have the cash to use to spend with some other investment. And so the theory here is that if a customer pays for something over a longer period of time for utilities, typically what you say is, well, if the customer doesn't have to actually pay for something today, then they have that cash available and they can use it for something else that they need. And so the idea is that the utilities rate of return essentially that the utilities rate of return is a reasonable approximation for what that cash would look like in terms of an investment that a customer might make as well. So in theory, you could say that customers are indifferent, economically indifferent at least, in terms of paying for the greater cost, I guess we'd say nominally, of the program, because they have more cash today than they otherwise would have, right? If they paid for it all up front, that would mean that they wouldn't have, as much cash. But because they don't pay for it up front, they have that cash to use for whatever else that they would need. Now, what I was saying with the lawyer for OPC was more about the idea that, yes, when you look at the total cost of the program, it is a little bit more, on a nominal basis at least, in total, but that's just like you do every day. We all do with a number of different things that we might, expenses that we have in our lives. Like I was saying, houses, cars, whatever you might choose in your personal life to maybe finance. You do that because you know that you're going to pay a little bit more over time, but you're doing it because the value of the cash to you today, you either don't have cash enough to pay for it all up front, or you have other uses for that cash that you might need to pay for today. And so I think that holds true somewhat for the commission here in looking at sort of, you've got a utility bill, and if you put everything that you could onto the utility bill today, that might make it unaffordable for at least for some customers, if not a lot of customers. And so that's why regulators, when looking at programs like this, where the rate making says that customers today shouldn't pay for it all. In fact, they'd be prepaying for a program if they paid for it all today. You spread it over a longer period of time because the rate making says that that's the right thing to do for customers, and it also benefits customers in terms of the affordability of the monthly bill.
Well, okay, so I understand the argument now, and of course, the longer the period of time, the greater risk you have with respect to interest rates going up higher than you
Sure.
would expect. And one of the things I'm going to have to do as part of being a new commissioner is to determine what the real cost of capital is vis-a-vis the rate of inflation, because if the rate of inflation is 5% and you're paying 6%, that's really just a 1% rate of inflation, at least from the perspective of the borrower. So I think you've given me a lot to think about here, and I think that's it, Mr. Chairman, unless I have any brainstorms between now and the end of the public hearings. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Frame.
Good afternoon.
So I was trying to get Ms. Gronke to talk about the company's thinking with regard to expenditures and how the company went about balancing the interest of transparency against the interest of the statutory cap on rebates. And obviously my questioning was inadequate because I didn't seem to be getting there. So I'll try it again. I'm sure you heard the questioning, right?
I did, yes.
So I trying to figure out, I mean, the cap was put in the bill that limited rebates to $50 million. But this thing also carries with it another $30 million of program expenditures, which seems to fly in the face of the kind of the transparency that is elicited by the $50 million limit or cap. So can you speak to the company's thinking? How'd you figure that balance point out? And I mean, you could have shoved 150 million in under expenditures and still met the statutory cap. You roughly, unless you explain it properly to me, you're kind of arbitrary on what you put under the rebate and what you decided not to.
Yeah. So the way that we're looking at it, the statute authorizes a cap of $50 million for the EV school bus rebates. What we're proposing here in this program is to use the $50 million. It's going to equate to about 200 electric school buses that we could provide rebates for, and the rebates are really just the difference between the cost of a diesel bus and the cost of an electric vehicle school bus. And so it's really to initiate the additional EV school buses on Maryland roads and for school systems. Now, the extra $30 million that you were referring to, that is largely because if we fund 200 EV school buses with the $50 million in rebates, there's also a large amount of expenditures that the school systems are going to have to put out for the actual EV charging stations, which are actually pretty costly themselves, and also for the make-ready work, so to speak, right, to get the infrastructure ready and correct in the place where the school bus depots are to be able to service them. And so the reason that there's the extra dollars above the $50 million in rebates for the EV school buses themselves is because if we're going to fund that many 200 or so school buses with the $50 million, we're also going to have to fund the charging stations and the charging infrastructure to be able to service those EV school buses. So it doesn't really help, the school system completely get them there, I think, to make the decision to replace the to replace the diesel school buses with EV school buses if we don't actually help them with the additional costly charging stations and charging infrastructure.
Yeah, it feels like you're answering the same way Ms. Gronke did, just with different words to my ears, but same kind of approach. I I guess what I'm really trying to ask is, how did the company determine what should be socialized across the ratepayers and what should come under cost causation with the school districts who are going to most directly benefit from this?
Yeah, so the charging stations themselves, they're going to be owned by the school system. So it wouldn't be appropriate for us to just take like the charging stations themselves necessarily and say, hey, we're gonna socialize that, completely. They're owned by the school systems, right? So the way we got to this is really looking at the statute. The way that we read it and the way that we interpret it is that the $50 million cap on rebates is for rebates for the EV school buses themselves. And then we looked at what else would need to be done for school systems in order to get them to a place where they'd be able to use this funding, and through the discussions that we had with stakeholders, we determined that we were going to need to also offer the rebates for the EV charging stations and charging infrastructure.
Yeah, well, it seems like the school systems are getting a twofer. They're getting the expenses socialized and they're getting the rebates, and I don't know, that kind of math doesn't give me a lot of confidence that this thing has been laid out right. And so I'm going to keep an open mind during the rest of the hearings, but I'm getting some significant pause here with regard to supporting this. Because I still can't get a straight answer in my mind to how these numbers were picked and where the line was separated. And I know you're trying your best to answer that question, but I'm not hearing it, and I have some concerns here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Commissioner Sussman.
Morning, Mr. Frayne.
Hello.
So I have a couple of questions for you, and I'm hoping to follow up on Commissioner O'Donnell's questioning, and maybe can help you to get to where he and I would like you to go in terms of explaining where the numbers come from. But first, Ms. Gronke had suggested that you're the person I should talk to about incentives for encouraging the school bus operators to do the right thing in terms of grid support. And so you spoke to counsel for staff about the fact that these are they're basically going to be under the same tariff. And you're going to have a rider, but the rider's not going to change the way in which utility costs are charged, or energy costs are charged to customers. There's no time of use rate, in other words. So there's no incentive built into the rate that would incentivize the operators to do anything other than what they do right now. Is that correct?
There's no time of use rate necessarily associated with the program that we've proposed here. That doesn't mean that there isn't necessarily, a point in the future that we look at, whether there's an appropriate different time of use rate to use
right.
for,
I'm
this,
actually
but
right. But if some of the point of this is to try to develop data on how effective EV buses can be in terms of grid support, then I'm trying to understand why you don't, in addition to this pilot, propose some kind of mechanism that would incentivize the pilot participants to provide the data that we all need about whether time of use rates work.
Yeah, so there is going to be a lot of data that actually is gathered from this pilot, and I think it is data that could be used at some point in the future to look at like what type of time of use rate, if there is one, that would be appropriate to use here. So the way that this, I understand this technology is supposed to work, the chargers that are going to be used here with these EV school buses are bidirectional chargers, and they're also smart chargers, which means that there can be sort of external management of when the vehicle might be plugged in, when it's actually charging and taking electricity from the grid, or in the other direction when it's plugged in and can provide support to the grid when needed. Those chargers also have the capability to collect all of the data around when the buses are plugged in, when all of that is happening. And so all of that data is something that we expect we should be able to use in the future.
Right, and so
to
here you've
determine.
got the mechanisms, you've got everything that you have in place, and you're missing a really key point, which is some mechanism, it could be time of use rates, it could be something else, that would provide the necessary incentives for them to do, them being the bus operators, to do the right thing. Because that's some of what, otherwise, you're going to be collecting data, but if some of the point of having locational information, because there are grid constraints in a particular place, you're missing a key component if you don't include in that some incentive mechanism to incentivize operators to plug in after peak periods, or to plug fully charged batteries during peak periods to provide grid support. Otherwise, you're missing that. If you don't have the incentive in place, I'm not sure you're going to get the data that you need and that we need to be able to assess the benefits of the program.
So I do believe that they're going to be plugged in to the chargers, and we're going to be able to manage when those buses are taking electricity from the grid and when they're available and used to support the grid.
Yeah, but you also need you need price signals, and if you don't have the price signals, I feel like you're missing a critical piece. But I'm going to speak off of an exhibit that I believe OPC Council provided. So this is the Electric School Bus Pilot Program.
OPC1.
OPC1. And do you have that? Because this is an extra copy, so I can.
Don't believe I do.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. So, and you've seen this before, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
So I'm going to direct your attention to the definition of rebate. And so do you see that? So this would be A10.
A10. Yep.
Okay. So the rebate means, and it gives you two definitions. So the first one is the demonstrable incremental cost of purchasing and deploying electric school buses to participating school systems. So would you interpret that to mean you purchase the school bus? What do you think deploying means there? Delivering it to the school system? Or would you interpret deploying to also include charging stations? Because I don't know how you deploy if you don't charge the batteries.
Yeah, I don't think that the way that we interpret this is that the rebate is for the chargers themselves.
Well, I'm just asking
yeah.
in terms of the deploying. That's purchasing. I understand what purchasing means. Deploying would suggest having the vehicles operate, and they can't operate if they're not charged. So we'll go to the second piece of it. The incremental administrative and operating costs incurred by a participating school system in implementing its electric bus pilot program.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't interpret this to include charging stations?
No, administrative and operating costs might be like, additional personnel that they need to work on the EV school buses, maintain them, things like that. That's the way I read, when I think of administrative and operating costs, that's how I think of them.
Okay, so you would not read this to mean that, administrative, I understand administrative would not be a charging station, but
Yeah, no.
operating.
Operating, yeah, and certainly it could be the costs of operating a charging station because to your point, you do need a charging station to operate an electric vehicle, and certainly an electric vehicle school bus. I don't know how much there are incremental operating costs to, electric vehicles in general. But, to the extent there were incremental costs, I think that the rebates could cover those.
So if the commission were to look at this definition and to find within rebates, the ability for BGE to include charging stations, then charging stations would be covered under that $50 million cap. Is that correct?
Yes, the charging stations, the commission could, reading this, determine that the interpretation would be that, the charging station should be,
Because on some level,
Should be
to
included in there.
tell somebody to buy a car
And- yeah.
or a bus and not include, I can't buy a phone without a charger.
Yeah, and I think the way that we look at it is really, when I read the definition in A9, right above it, of program costs and what program costs mean, it says, it differentiates two items there. One, any costs to deploy appropriate electric school bus charging infrastructure that are incurred by an investor-owned electric company in implementing an electric school bus pilot program, and two, rebates paid to a participating school system. So it differentiates there.
I wish it were clearer.
Yeah.
Having drafted legislation in my past, there are things that I would have. No offense, Commissioner Barve, but,
It didn't come out of my committee.
okay, so if we were to interpret this language in however we interpret this to include infrastructure, would BGE be able to include in this program those EV buses that were funded under other programs, such as the EPA program? Would that be something that you could include in this pilot, even though you didn't pay for the
Gotcha. You mean does in order for this pilot to help with like the charging
Right.
infrastructure?
If some
would
of the point of the
Yeah.
pilot, and I think the benefits of the pilot are to be able to see whether you can use EV systems, whatever they are, buses, cars, to help with grid support. You've got these buses that were paid for already, but maybe they need charging stations or charging infrastructure, or maybe you have an ability, maybe you find a location within the BGE service territory that could really benefit from
A charging station, a bus
charging-
depot
right.
charging station.
Right.
Yeah, I think we really could consider that. I don't know how many situations there are going to be where a school system, maybe if we catch them at the right point where they haven't actually gone forward with the charging infrastructure itself, but know that they're getting funding from the EPA for the EV school buses, that could be a possibility. I think we'd be open to it. I just don't, it'd have to be the right circumstance.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Actually, I think that covers it for all of us, so I think we're good.
Great.
Thank you. Is your witness here, or?
Yes.
Okay, well, why don't you?
Okay. MEA calls Babatunde Idrisu.
Go ahead.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm on the penalty of perjury that the statements made in this matter today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your first and last name, and give us your business address.
My name is Babatunde, Babatunde. My last name Idrisu, Idrisu. I'm an energy policy manager with the Maryland Energy Administration, and we're located at 1800 Washington Boulevard, Baltimore, Maryland 21230.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Idrisu, do you have before you a document titled Direct Testimony of Babatunde Idrisu on behalf of the Maryland Energy Administration?
Yes, I do.
And does it consist of 4 pages and 2 attachments?
Yes, it does.
And it's dated July 25th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also have before you a document titled Sir Rebuttal Testimony of Babatunde Idrisu on behalf of the Maryland Energy Administration?
Yes, I do.
And it consists of 2 pages?
Yes.
And it's dated July, not July,
September.
September 26th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd like to mark Dr. Idrisu's direct testimony as MEA Exhibit 1 and Sir Rebuttal MEA Exhibit 2.
So marked.
Dr. Idrisu, was this testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections or changes?
No.
And if you are asked the same questions today as you were asked in this testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to have MEA 1 and MEA 2 entered into evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And the witness is available for cross.
OPC,
No cross, Your Honor.
staff,
No cross.
BG&E.
No cross, Your Honor.
All right, any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner O'Donnell?
I'm good, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Commissioner Barbe?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sussman?
No questions.
No, that's really- All right, so you did comment on the company's proposal regarding outreach to disadvantaged communities and made some suggestions on that. What were you specifically considering that they should be doing in order to, I guess, enhance their ability to reach the 20%?
Yeah, MEA proposed that that 20% is reviewed annually, just for us to be able to see the adequacy of that carve out. It's important that I think for programs such as this that we're reaching as much disadvantaged people as we can.
Mr. Chairman, I'm having a little bit of difficulty
Actually, you might want to move up,
Witness.
move closer to the mic, yeah. Speak a little louder.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That was it.
Yeah, so MEA proposed that the carve-out is reviewed annually, so that we can have a better idea how far the carve-out goes in reaching disadvantaged communities.
So, but I assume you read Ms. Gronke's testimony about the statistics that they were going to examine in order to determine where these communities are. You don't have any questions or suggestions regarding the information sources they're using, right?
No, I have no questions regarding that. I feel like it's important that once the program is on, we'll have a better assessment of how far it goes towards those communities.
Okay. And then there was a discussion that I had with her earlier this morning about, we're going to rely on the school systems to actually help, facilitate outreach to these communities. And, I mean, does MEA anticipate being involved in that process to make sure that the school systems are actually deploying the buses to serve the disadvantaged communities?
At this point, MEA has no involvement, and the utilities haven't reached out to us regarding reaching out to disadvantaged communities.
Okay. Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Your Honor, could I just request a brief bathroom break before the next witness gets
Oh.
called?
Yeah, actually, we probably need to take it for him. So we'll take a 15-minute break, quarter three. What's that? Mark, you ready?
Ready.
Okay. Okay, back on the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Office of People's Counsel calls Ms. Courtney Lane to the stand, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm, under the penalties of perjury, that the statements made in this matter today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your first and last name, and give us your business address.
It's Courtney, Courtney, Lane, Lane. My business, I'm at Synapse Energy Economics, and my business location is 485 Massachusetts Avenue, Suite 3, Cambridge, Massachusetts 02139.
Thank you.
Ms. Lane, could you please state your full name for the record?
Courtney Lane.
And can you state the name and address of your employer?
Synapse Energy Economics, 485 Massachusetts Avenue, Suite 3, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Ms. Lane, what position do you hold at Synapse?
I'm a principal associate.
And do you have with you today a document titled The Public Direct Testimony of Courtney Lane, dated July 25th, 2023?
I do.
Does that document contain 54 pages of narrative testimony and 2 exhibits?
It does.
Ms. Lane, do you also have with you today a document titled The Confidential Direct Testimony of Courtney Lane, filed on July 25th, 2023?
I do.
Does that document also contain 54 pages of narrative testimony and 2 exhibits?
It does.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark the public direct testimony of Courtney Lane and the exhibits attached to that testimony as OPC Exhibit 6A, and the confidential direct testimony of Courtney Lane with the exhibits attached to it as OPC Exhibit 6B.
So marked.
Ms. Lane, do you also have with you today a document titled The Surrebuttal Testimony of Courtney Lane, dated September 26, 2023?
I do.
Does that document contain 23 pages of narrative testimony?
It does.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark the surrebuttal testimony of Courtney Lane as OPC Exhibit number 7.
So marked.
Ms. Lane, were the documents that you've identified and that are before you now prepared by you or for you under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or other changes to make to your testimony at this time?
No, I don't.
If you were asked the same questions today under oath that you were asked in your pre-filed testimonies, would your responses be the same?
They would.
And for these reasons, do you adopt your pre-filed testimonies as your own sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Your Honor, OPC requests to move into evidence the documents marked OPC Exhibit 6A, 6B, and 7.
No objection.
So admitted.
And, Your Honor, before cross-examination, during Mr. Frayn's rejoinder, he addressed a couple provisions in the surrebuttal testimony of Ms. Lane. And I would just like to ask one question so Ms. Lane can respond to that rejoinder.
Sure.
Your Honor, may I just lodge my objections for the record? In this proceeding, Ms. Lane had the opportunity, and OPC and all the other parties had the opportunity to file the last written testimony. And so live rejoinder was appropriate for the company because the company otherwise wouldn't have had an opportunity to speak on the issues raised in the surrebuttal. If the commission allows Ms. Lane to provide further testimony on any new issues, then the company's witnesses won't have an opportunity to respond. And so my concern is that we won't have a complete record if Mrs. Lane is given another opportunity to add to what she's put forward in her surrebuttal.
Your Honor, may I briefly respond to that? I think in his rejoinder testimony, Mr. Frayn mischaracterized Ms. Lane's surrebuttal, and I just want to ask her about his characterization.
I do remember his testimony, and he did go on at some length about his concerns related to that. So I'm going to allow this one question. So.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lane, did you listen to the rejoinder testimony by Mr. Frayn from the company an hour or so ago?
I did.
And did you hear him refer to page 18 of your surrebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And you heard what he said about your discussion of capital assets versus regulatory assets. Did he accurately characterize what you said about regulatory assets in your testimony?
No, he did not. From what I remember from that rejoinder, Mr. Frayne indicated that I confused or was confused about the difference between a capital asset and a regulatory asset, and I'm not confused. My examples provided about O&M costs that potentially had long-lived benefits was specific to the matching of benefits to costs and associated cost recovery. A capital asset is very different than a regulatory asset in its definition. A capital asset is equipment that is used and operated by the company. It's used and useful. A regulatory asset is a deferral mechanism for expenses. However, the issue I bring up in this case is that to the eyes of the ratepayer, treatment of non-capital expenses like rebates as a regulatory asset essentially is the same as treating it as a capital asset. You're including these non-capital costs within the rate base. And I think it's important to understand that while the company might want to reduce costs, monthly costs to ratepayers by this treatment, it's also increasing its profits because it's rate basing these non-capital expenses upon which it can earn a return, and the company's profits is driven by its rate of return and its rate base. And so there is an incentive for it to own the rate base. And I think that should be accounted for when we talk about customers having to finance these program costs at essentially a 9% interest rate when the company is also increasing its profits.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lane. And with that, the witness is now available for cross-examination.
MEA,
No question.
League of Conservation Voters,
No questions.
BG&E.
I do have a few questions, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Lane. My name is Joel Michelle. I am an attorney for BGE, and I have some questions for you.
Sure, good afternoon.
So you have participated in this proceeding from the very beginning, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so you have reviewed the company's initial application, the testimony in this case, as well as discovery responses?
Yes.
Has BGE demonstrated a willingness to incorporate the recommendations of the other parties in its proposal?
Yes, it has. In rebuttal testimony, witness Gronke indicated that she would be, or the company would be willing to incorporate some of the evaluation metrics that were proposed, and also included the education and outreach plan and provided a bit more detail on a potential vehicle-to-grid project.
And has the company provided additional information throughout this proceeding at the request of the other parties in this case?
Additional information.
Well, for example, let me help you. You in particular requested certain baseline data, baseline assessment data, and has the company responded or attempted to respond to that request?
Yes. Yes, I was remiss in stating that as well. In the rebuttal testimony of witness Gronke, there was new information related to baseline data for existing school buses in the service territory.
And in light of that, would you agree that this proceeding and the process has been productive?
It's relatively productive.
So on page 2 of your SIR rebuttal testimony, you state that BGE's proposal does not meet the criteria for an approvable pilot. When you reference criterias for a pilot, you're not referring to here the Commission's pilot requirements, are you?
Not entirely. I think now that there's a commitment for more evaluation metrics, it's getting there, but I still feel that it's lacking a clear indication of what it is trying to test and achieve.
Right, and you're referring to here, and specifically, you're referring to your own understanding of what a pilot should be, are you not?
Yes.
In your direct testimony, you state that BGE addressed the Commission's pilot requirement in part in your direct testimony.
Can you show me?
That's page 36.
Thank you.
And you can take a look at lines 7 through 19.
I'm sorry, where are you again?
So I'm on page 36 of your direct testimony. And I actually don't think you need the reference
Okay.
for my initial question. I'm just
Okay.
asking, in your direct testimony, generally, you took the position that the company only addressed the commission's requirements only in part.
Yes.
Okay? And you specified only in part because you didn't feel at the time that the company satisfied the evaluation metrics. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
In your direct testimony, you proposed evaluation metrics,
Yes.
and the company adopted those?
hmm
Have your concerns regarding the company's evaluation metrics been sufficiently addressed?
Yes, except for those related to vehicle-to-grid demonstration projects.
Well, you would agree that the commission's order that lays out its criteria doesn't address specifically anywhere vehicle-to-grid demonstrations?
No, but if it's a goal of the pilot to test vehicle-to-grid, then there should be evaluation metrics associated with those pilots.
And Ms. Lang, we'll certainly get to your concerns about the vehicle-to-grid demonstrations. What I'm trying to clarify at this point is your stance currently with respect to the company's meeting of the commission's pilot criteria. So my understanding is that in your direct testimony, the only concern that you had with the company's meeting of the commission's criteria was with respect to the evaluation metrics. We've just established that the company has in fact adopted your evaluation metrics. I'm just trying to understand whether you're okay with that now.
I am, except for vehicle-to-grid.
Okay, all right, we'll get there. You also, in your direct, recommended that BGE provide an education and outreach plan. Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
The company has since provided a plan. Is that right?
Yes.
And does the company's plan sufficiently address your concerns about the lack of a plan?
Yes, it does.
You initially recommended that the company increase its 20% budget allocation for underserved and health impacted communities. Is that right?
Yes.
And the company responded with its reasons why it selected the 20% and made a commitment to review that 20% allocation on an annual basis. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your SIR rebuttal, you found that to be a satisfactory compromise. Is that right?
I did. I also recommended that an annual report be filed to demonstrate what has been happening with those communities and whether or not that funding amount should be adjusted.
Understood. Ms. Lang, I want to pivot for a moment and discuss the topic of cost recovery. You're not an accountant, are you?
No.
Do you consider yourself to be an expert in rate making?
No.
You're aware that the company is proposing to recover this program cost through a regulatory asset amortized over 5 years?
Yes.
You recommend that if the commission approves BGE's MYP, the non-capital costs associated with this program should be expensed in the year that they occur. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Lane, you don't actually oppose the use of a regulatory asset, do you? Just the regulatory asset itself.
Just as a general accounting mechanism. No, I don't.
In fact, you recommend the use of a regulatory asset, do you not?
If the commission decides that that is what path should be taken.
That's right. You just oppose the company earning its authorized rate of return on non-capital assets, right? That's the particular concern that you have?
If it is tracked as a regulatory asset, yes.
Do you believe that the Climate Solutions Now Act and the legislators intended to provide an incentive for utilities to take on the obligation of funding this program?
No.
You don't? Okay. So is your understanding that the legislators were anticipating that utilities would simply just do this out of the kindness of their heart?
I think, unlike energy efficiency, that can eat into the company's ability to grow its rate base by avoiding need for load building T&D investments. The company has an inherent incentive for electrification. It increases loads on the system. There's lots of make-ready work on the utility side that has to be done. Increased rates will likely lead to more investments in distribution systems. So I don't feel that the company needs an extra incentive on top of that.
Yeah, so I completely understand your position in terms of what the company needs and doesn't. I was specifically asking with respect to the legislators who enacted this statute. Did you believe that they intended to provide an incentive?
I'm not aware of the regulatory intent related to that aspect.
Understood. Can you tell me where a utility gets the capital or the money to implement programs like this?
Well, for something like this, there's different ways to have cost recovery. A lot of rebate programs, you could have a monthly surcharge, like a systems benefit charge. We're talking about the majority of these costs are rebate costs that are expenses.
So maybe you misunderstood my question. I'm speaking with respect to the utility's ability to finance or cover or pay for these programs. Where does the utility get the money to do that?
Sure. I mean, my understanding is, they finance it through the markets through a mix of debt and equity. And, I'm not an accountant, so I'm not sure how much more in the weeds I can get there.
Fair enough. You understand that there is a cost associated with getting capital either from investors or a bank?
Yes.
And the authorized rate of return is intended to represent the cost of financing, is it not?
Yes.
BGE's authorized rate of return is a rate that is set by the commission, correct?
Yes.
And it's determined to be fair and reasonable?
Yes.
So if the commission approves BGE's programs and directs BGE to defer associated non-capital expenses in a reg asset, you understand that BGE would incur those financing costs?
Yes.
And under your recommendation, BGE would not be allowed to actually recoup those financing costs. Do you understand that?
Yes. Well, it would be sort of akin to having the utility finance it at sort of a 0% interest rate.
So practically speaking, what would happen is that the utility would spend a particular amount of money to fund this program, and it would actually recoup less money from ratepayers.
I'm not an accountant, so I'm not certain of that, given what types of working capital the company might have in considering the size of this program.
So, Ms. Lane, what I'm trying to understand is that you have come forward and made recommendations for this commission's consideration. And in response to my question, you're saying there are certain things that you do not understand. So is it fair to say that that lack of understanding is reflected in your recommendation to this commission?
I don't think so. My understanding is there could be a way, as far as accounting is concerned, for at least the non-capital expenses, so things like the rebates, to be financed by 100% debt, and therefore you wouldn't have that extra return profit for shareholders.
Ms. Lane, you referenced order number 89678 as commission precedent that supports your proposition that the creation of a regulatory asset for non-capital expenses should not qualify the expense for amortization and recovery of the utility's authorized rate of return. And that's on page 52 of
Can
your...
you remind me what case that order is?
It's case number 9645.
Yes, what was determined in that case? I don't remember all of the orders off the top of my head.
Well, Ms. Lane, I mean, in all due respect, I'm asking you about what you put forward in your testimony. You referenced that order.
Okay, could you show me the page?
Sure,
then?
page 52. take a look at pages 1 through 9, and I'm just realizing that our pagination might be different. So if you can't find it, let me know, and I can direct you to the question.
So this is related to COVID-19.
That's right.
Yep.
Yep. So see, and you reference this particular order in support of your stance that the creation of a regulatory asset does not mean that the company gets to earn a return or earn its authorized return on non-capital assets. Is that right?
No, I use this example as indicating that a regulatory asset can be used for tracking only, and then when it is decided at what point it's going to into rate base. So here on lines 6 and 7, the commission stated it would review the request for recovery in future proceedings, where it would discuss appropriate period of revenue, period of recovery, carrying costs, and other related matters. So the point is that you could track it now without necessarily giving the company its rate of return, and then that can be decided at a later time. That's what that purpose is.
Sure. So let me read what I have here to make sure that I'm reading this correctly. This is page 52, starting at the top of the page. You say, however, the creation of a regulatory asset for non-capital expenses should not qualify the expenses for amortization and recovery of the utility's authorized rate of return on those assets. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And Ms. Lane, to be clear, you're not simply suggesting or recommending to this commission that they grant the regulatory asset and make a decision at a later date on whether the company can earn an authorized rate of return on non-capital expenses. That is not your recommendation.
No, but that's not what this COVID order is intending.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you there. Putting aside the COVID order for a second, just trying to understand your recommendations to this commission.
Mm-hmm.
You are recommending that the commission authorize BGE to create a regulatory asset, but deny BGE the opportunity to earn a return on non-capital expenses.
Yes, if the commission determines that a regulatory asset is appropriate.
That's right.
That's my recommendation.
That's right. And then you go on, you say, for example, and this is where you make the reference to Order 89542, right? And you go on to characterize that order. And so I'm maybe a little bit confused in terms of why you're actually citing that order if it doesn't support your proposition.
You know, I'm realizing there is probably a word missing here. I thought this had originally said so starting at line 1, however, the creation of a regulatory asset for non-capital expenses should not automatically qualify the expenses. That would make a lot more sense. It shouldn't automatically deem that there should be amortization and qualified as a regulatory asset.
So you're not citing this order in support of your recommendation to this commission in this case?
I'm citing it as a means. I'm citing it because you could. Apologies, I'm getting all of these BGE cases slightly confused. This order is intended to say that you could have a regulatory asset for tracking purposes and have the commission determine how to treat that at the end of the period when it's seeking cost recovery. And I also think that this shows that there's no automatic, yes, BGE, you get your rate of return at the time the regulatory asset is created. This order shows that BGE did not automatically get approval for earning its return on those expenses.
At the time of this order?
Yes.
Right. Do you know whether this commission has since determined whether BGE gets its rate of return on non-capital expenses related to COVID?
I do not.
Since the filing of your testimony, did you check? Did you look?
I did not.
Do you believe that commission precedent has value and should be used as a guide for future decisions?
Yes.
are you aware that this commission has set precedent in terms of the appropriate method of cost recovery for EV-related expenses?
For phase one, yes.
Do you accept that that is, even though you say for phase one, it is commission precedent?
For those existing programs, yes.
So I actually want to take a look at the commission's order with respect to those COVID-19 expenses. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure.
Ms. Lane, what you have before you is the first page of Commission Order 89678, and then you'll notice that it the pagination skips down to pages 18 and 19. The entire order is over 270 pages, so in the interest of saving trees, I did not print all of it out. I'd like to direct your attention to paragraph 39. If you could just take a moment and read that to yourself, and then you can let me know when you've done reviewing it.
Okay.
Yeah. So based on your review of paragraph 39, you notice that the COVID-19 regulatory asset included generally three categories of cost. Lost revenues was one, incremental O&M expenses, and savings. You agree with that characterization?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at paragraph 43 and let me know when you've done reviewing it.
Okay.
And so did you notice the sentence there in that paragraph that says, in this case, the commission finds that BGE's methodology for calculating the regulatory asset is reasonable?
Yes.
And can we agree that the, with the exception of lost revenues and savings, the commission authorized BGE to put those expenses into rate base?
Yes.
You can put that aside. So just to be clear, BGE was authorized to actually earn its authorized rate of return on those non-capital expenses. Is that a yes?
Okay.
No, that's a question.
I mean, it said.
And Ms. Lane, if your position is that you don't understand what the commission is saying there, I will accept that. I don't want to put you in a position where you have to try to explain something you don't understand.
Well, I agree that the commission finds that its methodology for calculating a reg asset is reasonable. I don't have the methodology in front of me, but subject to check, and you're telling me that that includes the rate of return, I will agree.
Ms. Lane, by the way, were you a witness for OPC in that case?
No.
No, you weren't. Okay. So I want to talk briefly about your concerns with BGE's proposed V to X demonstration. In your direct testimony, you express concerns about the fact that BGE did not initially propose or provide a V to X demonstration plan. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you went on to recommend that BGE provide at least one demonstration.
Yes.
The company did provide that in company witness Gronke's testimony. Is that right?
No, I wouldn't consider that a full proposal.
I completely understand that. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, did the company make an attempt to address your concern?
Yes, they narrowed down the possible options for a demonstration project.
Okay. In your direct testimony, you cite to Con Edison's V to X proposal as an example of what you're expecting BGE to provide. Is that right?
Yes.
But based on the information that BGE provided to you in discovery, you now know that the Con Edison plan that you cite to in your direct testimony was actually provided after it received commission approval. Is that right?
Not entirely, because as noted in my SIR rebuttal, what Con Ed initially filed prior to the commission's approval essentially had all of the same information.
So let me be clear about what I'm asking you. In your direct testimony, you cited in a footnote a particular document that you said this represents a great idea of or a standard of what I'm expecting from BGE. You agree with that?
Yes.
That document that you cite to, you now know was provided after the commission approved Con Edison's proposal.
Yes.
So let's take a look at some of the details that you claim are missing in BGE's proposal. Generally, you reference your concerns on page 11, I believe, of your direct testimony, lines 5 through 15, just generally. So one of the requests that you have is for BGE to provide a timeline. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're referring to when the company would conduct the demonstration?
Yes.
Okay. Can you help me understand how the company can provide such a timeline at this phase where the commission has not even yet determined that it will be authorized to go through with this program?
Sure. Well, as we heard from Ms. Gronke earlier this morning, she had mentioned the company had proactively gone out and talked to some school districts that were interested in electrification. I think those conversations could have gone a step further to explain to those school districts, this is what we're proposing for the commission. We intend to cover the incremental cost of your buses, 100% of the make-ready charger expenses. We are hoping that because, your school district happens to be located in this area that BGE identified as, a critical area of load constraints or whatnot, that we would also like to have you partner with us into this vehicle-to-grid demonstration project. And we're going to work together before we file to create, what this pilot will test, what it will look like, the financial structures, the costs. This is what you're going to get, school district. This is how the V to X projects is going to work. And that could have been included in the proposal. There's lots of utility proposals where V to X is proposed prior to knowing if the commission is going to approve it.
So, Ms. Lane, let me be clear about my question here. I'm just specifically asking about the timeline that you're asking the company to provide.
Mm-hmm.
And you stated that you're referring to the timeline that the company would use to actually conduct the demonstration. And so without having commission approval for its program and without having any commitments from any schools at this phase, how could BGE provide such a timeline?
Because it could have proposed a timeline for when it anticipated wanting to start a pilot. It's the same way in sort of a multi-year rate plan. The company proposes that rates would start on this date. You're proposing that you want to have this pilot start on this date, and from that, hopefully you've done the groundwork to help get it to actually start at that date.
Are you aware that BGE did in fact propose starting this, rolling this pilot out October 1 of this year? Are you aware of that?
Yes, it's my opinion that there's more time for the company to have developed a more comprehensive pilot.
I understand that. I was simply referring to your request for when BGE would like to start this pilot program. The other element that you claim is missing is the number of buses. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Again, same question. How do you propose that BGE tell this commission how many buses it plans to have a part of this program, when in fact that's precisely what we're asking of the commission, to authorize us to actually fund a particular number of buses?
If the company had developed a V2X proposal, it could have indicated that we need 10 buses to be able to properly test this specific, load management strategy, resiliency, hub. There could be an idea about how many buses are needed to test that. San Diego Gas and Electric, in their V2X proposal, identified the scope of what they needed in order to test out something, so I think that could have been done.
So are you willing to accept that even if BGE were to have provided its assumptions and speculate as to these particular details, that it could not guarantee that it would actually do those things that it's representing to the commission it would do?
Sure, but it would provide transparency into the full plan and the costs and benefits and the timing related to that proposal.
But Ms. Lane, you just accepted the fact that BGE could not actually ensure that it stuck to that plan. So what value would those plans have?
Well, it's a proposal. There's no guarantee for any of it.
So, Ms. Lane, I'm going to move on. You state that BGE's proposal does not comport to your understanding of a utility pilot, and you base that on your comparison of BGE's, the size of its proposal and those of 9 other utilities?
Yes.
The appropriate length and the number of buses for an EV school bus pilot program is subjective, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
There is no particular formula that says, this is how you determine how many buses to fund?
Yes.
You claim in your direct testimony that it was not possible for you to assess whether BGE's request to incentivize 204 buses is reasonable without a baseline assessment. Is that right?
Yes.
You did not perform baseline assessment, did you?
No.
So based on your standard, is it fair to say that this commission cannot determine whether your proposal is reasonable?
Well, now there's baseline data in the surrebuttal testimony, so the commission may have the information it needs.
Yeah, we'll get there. Right now, I'm trying to understand the basis of your recommendation to this commission in your direct testimony. You just stated that you could not determine whether BGE's proposal was reasonable without a baseline assessment.
Yes.
Is that right? You've also conceded that you have not yourself performed a baseline assessment.
Yes.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that we cannot say that your recommendation to this commission is reasonable?
I didn't recommend a number of buses. I recommended that I didn't.
You can finish your answer.
Okay.
Just go into my notes. You can continue.
Okay. I think that the onus is on the company to show that anything over the minimum and the CSNA, which is 25 buses, I think there should be a need to demonstrate why going above that is in the best interest of ratepayers.
And that's precisely what I was referring to. You did, in fact, recommend that this commission limit BGE to funding the minimum required by the CSNA.
Yes.
So you are, in fact, recommending a number of buses.
Yes, the minimum, I suppose, yes.
That's right. And the point here, and I'm trying to understand and reconcile what you have said in your testimony. Again, on one hand, you say that you can't determine whether a recommendation is reasonable without a baseline assessment. Yet you have, in this case, proposed a recommendation without a baseline assessment.
Yes, on behalf of the ratepayers, I think it's best to err on the side of caution, which is the minimum required by the CSNA, which is the 25 buses.
So are you, so going back to your, the basis of your recommendation, you mentioned that your recommendation is based off of BGE's proposal in comparison to other utilities, specifically 9 other utilities. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. I'm going to ask you to refer to page 26 of your direct testimony.
Okay, I'm
And,
there.
and this is the information that your recommendation is based off of?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you suggesting to the commission that the only factor it should consider when determining how many buses BGE should be permitted to fund is the size of 9 other utility pilot programs?
No, and I make that clear in my rebuttal testimony that the size of the program is only one of the concerns. The other concern is the lack of actual testing of anything in this pilot.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Your recommendation to this commission in terms of the number of buses BGE should be permitted to fund is based off of your comparison of BGE's program to these 9 utility programs, is it not?
Only in part.
Okay, is there anything else in your direct testimony that you base that recommendation off of?
Yes, I said that the utility hasn't justified why more than 25 buses is appropriate.
Yeah, and we'll get to your concerns with the size of BGE's recommendation when we discuss baseline assessment. But I'm referring to your recommendation here on page 24. This is the information that you based your recommendation off of.
That and the fact that the CSNA has a minimum requirement of 25 buses.
And my question to you is that the only factors that this commission should consider?
No, there's the other points that you don't seem to want me to talk about yet related to the fact that the utility hasn't justified why a larger pilot is appropriate.
And that justification, if I understand your testimony, is it's reliant on the baseline assessment data, is it not? Is that what you're referring to?
And it's related to what exactly is the goal of this pilot and what is it going to test to help accelerate this market and the usage of vehicle-to-grid technologies after this pilot is over? And does it make sense, based on those learnings, to expand into something more like 204 buses?
So you would, give me 1 second, court's indulgence. Okay, so taking a look at this chart, are these the only other utility funded EVSB programs in the country?
I can't say for certain. This is just based on review, trying to figure out what was out there.
So, Ms. Ling, I'm trying to understand. I'm trying hard to understand your recommendation here. You say that based on BGE's proposal as compared to these other utility pilot programs, BGE should be restricted to, at one point you say 28, at one point you say 25, but nonetheless, the average size, BGE should be restricted to the average size of these 9 other utility programs.
Objection, Your Honor. I think the witness has answered this question at least 2 times, and I think we're just sort of going in circles at this point.
Your Honor, if I may, she's said a number of different things, and I'm just trying to understand what her recommendation is to this commission and what is it based off of.
All right, well, let's give it one last shot.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Ms.
Can
Lane.
you repeat the question?
So, Ms. Lane, as I understand your recommendation to this commission, you reviewed 9 other utility programs, and you took a look at the size of those programs, and you compared it to what BGE is proposing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And based off of that comparison, you're recommending to this commission that BGE should be restricted in the number of buses that it's permitted to fund. Is that right?
No, my recommendation is based on several things beyond just this. Because the company hasn't provided sufficient justification for the 204 buses, I recommend that the minimum that we should start with is what is required by the law, the CSNA. And then, should it be appropriate to go above this, the onus is on the company to justify that. This is just for comparison purposes.
Understood. But, Ms. Lane, the information that you're providing to this commission for comparison purposes, you don't even know whether it's complete. Is that fair to say?
We did an extensive search across the country, but I can't say that we've obtained every single VDAX demonstration project.
Okay. Where did you get the information in this chart?
Had a research associate assist on reviewing utility plans and proposals across the country.
Okay. Here in this chart, you indicate that the average length of a utility pilot program is 2 years.
Yes, based on those identified here.
Are you aware that the CSNA requires a utility pilot program to last at least 3 years?
Yes.
All right, taking a look at this chart, you indicate that Portland, let's see here, Portland's program was a one month program?
1 year.
1 year, I'm sorry. 1 year program?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure.
I'm going to hand you 2 documents to save myself a trip.
No, I see. Oh, that goes to you. And that goes to you. You?
So, Ms. Lane, I've handed you 2 documents, which was taken from the internet after maybe a 5-minute Google search. Can you look at the document that is titled PGE Award 7 Cleaner Quieter Electric School Buses to Area School Districts?
Okay.
If you take a look at that first sentence there, it says that PGE announced its 6 winners for the 2021 Electric School Bus Fund. You see that?
Yes.
And then can you turn to that second document? And there is a section at the bottom left that's titled Eligible Project Types Include. And I want you to take a look at that third bullet. is it fair to say, based off of these press releases from PGE, that its program actually was more than 1 year?
According to this, yes, but I'm not. It's hard for me to say because we were looking at utility dockets and what had been approved from the commission. And while I take your word for it that this is ratepayer funded electric school bus fund, I don't have the information in front of me.
You also indicate that Dominion Energy's program is 1 year and only funds 50 buses. You see that?
Yes.
Are you aware that the information you provided in this chart only accounts for phase 1 of Dominion's program?
I guess it does.
Are you aware that Dominion's program actually has 3 phases in which it funds 50 buses in phase 1, 73 buses in phase 2, and 16 buses in phase 3?
I was not aware on that based of the research that was provided.
So, putting aside the inaccuracies for a second, isn't it arbitrary to base a decision on how many buses BGE should be permitted to fund on an average of what other utilities have done?
As I stated before, that's not the sole basis of my argument. It was a comparison purpose to see what else was out there.
Is National Grid's program size reasonable to you?
It depends on what the purpose of the pilot is. That was an exceptionally small pilot program. I can't speak to what the impetus was for it.
Is the pilot program that is laid out in the CSNA, does that comport with your understanding of what a pilot should be?
The aspects pertaining to the vehicle to grid demonstrations does, and I think, yeah, that's probably.
And I'm specifically referring to your concern that the size of BGE's proposal does not comport with your understanding of a pilot.
Well, CSNA itself does propose a smaller pilot if you consider the fact that the minimum is 25 buses and OPC's interpretation of the $50 rebate limit would reduce the number of buses that's rebated.
What is the goal of the CSNA?
I believe the primary goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
Do you agree that the more EV school buses on the road, the more the state can reduce GHG emissions?
Yes.
One of the greatest hindrances to EV school bus adoption, you would agree, is cost?
Yes.
And you understand that this pilot program was meant to help remove that barrier?
Yes.
Now, is it your position that the legislator's authorization of the $50 million cap was not prudent?
I don't feel that I should make an opinion on the prudency of enacted legislation.
Well, I'm simply asking you based off of what you have said in your testimony. You claim that the size of BGE's program is not reasonable, and I'm asking you whether or not you have that same view of this legislation that was passed by the Maryland legislature.
I can't answer that question.
But you can opine on whether BGE's proposal is reasonable?
Yes, because it is my job to review how BGE is implementing that legislation and how it impacts the ratepayers of Maryland.
And right, you're spot on. BG is simply making an attempt to implement this legislation, which says that a utility can spend up to $50 million in bus rebates. And I'm asking you whether you think that is reasonable.
I don't know if it's reasonable or not. That's the law.
Do you understand that this commission has an obligation to implement the laws of this state?
Yes.
Now, the legislation does not establish a maximum number of buses that can be funded under this program, correct?
Yes.
In fact, rather than set a maximum, the legislator set a minimum.
Yes.
Your Honor, I think I've reached the end. Just get one moment to confirm my notes. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Staff.
Your Honor, just before Frost, just like to admit three documents. I think we are up to companies exhibit.
So according to my count, it would be 6, 7, and 8.
So order 8, 9, 6, 7, 8 would be companies exhibit 6.
6, yep. And then the two things from PG&E would be 7 and 8. So.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So marked, and I take it you want to move them in?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any objection? All right, so admitted. Staff.
No questions.
So questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Marvey. Oh, actually, redirect.
I just have one
Yeah.
moment, Your Honor, to review notes. I have no redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Barvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Lane, the point you make is that a regulatory asset shouldn't be used to pay for rebates, and I don't think I disagree with that, but oftentimes in accounting, transactions are different from what they seem to be. Is this really a rebate, or is it a functional subsidy for a capital expenditure?
No, it's a rebate because the company is not owning that bus. It's not owning the charging infrastructure. It's only owning its utility side of the customer meter make ready work. So the poles and wires and infrastructure needed to get that charger hooked up to the system.
I think I would have been marked down on an accounting exam if I gave an answer like that. To me, it seems like a subsidy for a capital expenditure. True, not of the utility. I mean, I grant you that, but I think the fundamentals of the transaction are such that it's not like, Kumar, we're going to write off half of your bill for the month of June. That's clearly a rebate. You don't see it as in any way for the owner of the asset a capital, well, for the owner of the asset, you see it as a capital expenditure, correct?
Not when I think about, what is the definition of a capital asset in the sense of, utility rate making. Like, it's not a used and useful utility asset. I mean, these are really more akin to the M-Power rebates that are going to customers to buy equipment. A bus isn't a piece of equipment, just like I'm a homeowner, I'm buying a new furnace. I own that capital equipment, but it's not a capital asset.
Okay, so at the end of the day, then, in a perfect world, your proposal would be, your request of this commission would be for us to disallow capital treatment of a regulatory asset and direct BG&E to basically expense everything, but to slow down and stretch out the rollout of the rebates so that it doesn't adversely affect rates. And so maybe that you would be comfortable with us saying to BGE, you can do this for no more than 25 buses a year. Is that sort of along the lines of what you're proposing?
Yes, I didn't have concerns with the role, like if the cap was the 25 buses per year, for example, like however that is rolled out over time, I think it's appropriate to just expense those annually to customers.
Okay, so let's forget about the 25. Maybe that I didn't say it exactly the way I meant to say it. My understanding of your proposal or your recommendation to the commission is that we tell BGE you cannot amortize over 5 years the expenditures, but feel free to, do enough rebates each year so that the ratepayers won't feel it that much. Basically, you're basically proposing that the program be stretched out so that so that the ratepayers won't feel the immediate expensing.
So my recommendation was really in two parts. So one was if this program and the costs were included within the MRP that's before the commission, that the actual capital assets, so the utility line side make ready work, be recovered and treated as any other type of distribution investment. But those rebates would be expensed as an operation and maintenance expense within that. And then if the commission decides that the MRP is not approved or the costs should be separate and treated in this case, and the commission decides a regulatory asset is appropriate, the recommendation was that it could be tracked as a regulatory asset, but the company not earn a return.
Okay, so basically, because you believe these expenses should be these expenditures should be expensed in the year in which they are spent, you realize that that has the functional effect of slowing down and spreading out the intent of the number of buses purchased.
It depends because it depends on what that would. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but depending on what those costs were, if you took whatever the proposal was and expensed it instead of spreading it out, perhaps that's still a reasonable ratepayer impact. You didn't really get into that.
No, but I mean, as a matter of principle, if I want to spend $5 this year and amortize it over 5 years, and you say, no, you can't do that, you have to expense it immediately, then my solution to that problem is to respond by saying, okay, I'll just spend $1 a year for 5 years. Right?
Yeah, I think the way in the annual budgets, those could still be the annual budgets. You would just, take that annual budget, and that is what would be expensed in that year. So in that respect, yes, it is still spread out over the 4-year period.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sussman.
Afternoon, Ms. Lane.
Afternoon.
What do you think the purpose of the pilot is? Sort of having read the legislation and then read the proposals from the utility, what do you think the point of the program is?
Based on the statute itself, it's to help school districts overcome the upfront barrier to costs and at the same time test the ability of vehicle to grid to achieve sort of grid system benefits related to that funding.
Okay, and according to your testimony, they've covered the first piece, but not very effectively covered the second piece, because you can't really do that part of the program until you lay out what the program will be.
Yes.
Okay, and so that at this point you can't really judge the benefits of this pilot because the second piece of it is kind of missing. And if we were to require the utility to come back to us with numbers of buses that will be participating in the program, and based on where those buses are, how they anticipate they would implement the V2X piece of that would constitute a more fully developed program that we could actually then assess and make decisions on. Is that your testimony?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. If we go to the chart on page 24 of your testimony.
26.
20. Oh, no, that's a different one. 24.
Okay.
So that's two pages earlier.
Okay.
So according to your and did you hear my my questioning of Mr. Frayne earlier?
Yes.
Okay. So, and I asked him about the inclusion of the chargers in the rebate portion of the program, and you recommend that.
Yes.
Okay. And can you give me a sense of why you think that is an appropriate way in which to recover through the rebate piece?
So my recommendation comes down to the way the program costs were defined in the CSNA, and the CSNA breaks things down as rebates and other program costs, and it defines other program costs as those costs incurred by the utility to don't have it in front of me right now and where it is, but it basically came down to the costs incurred by the company to facilitate charging, and the costs under rebates, it was the costs that would be incurred by the customer. So to me, when I think about what is a financial incentive or a rebate, if the costs would have been incurred by the customer absent this program, any financial benefit to the customer is a rebate. So without this program, the customer is covering the full cost of the school bus, the full cost of the charger, and customer side make-ready work for that charger. Whereas costs incurred by the company for this program would be the utility side infrastructure costs related to the make-ready work, and then any program and administration costs.
Okay. And in the legislation, there's also a provision that on the request of the investor-owned electric utility, the Commission may authorize an expansion of the scope, deployment, program costs, and duration of the school bus pilot program, but it doesn't authorize an extension of the rebate aspect of it. So to the extent that the company were to hit the rebate in that the first 3 years of the program, there's really no opportunity to continue the program or to bring in additional buses to the extent that through the program it's determined that there is positive effect on the distribution system, and we should bring more buses for locational benefits. But the utility wouldn't be able to go back to the pot because the pot's empty at that point.
Yes.
Okay, so there would be a benefit to not hitting that cap over the first 3 years, seeing, as you testified earlier, seeing how the program sort of works and where there are benefits to deploying buses in other places that can help to show the value of these, since after all it is a pilot program. So you want to get information from the pilot.
Yes, that would definitely add more flexibility.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right. So going to the other chart, the one on page 26 of the 9 companies, do you know how the expenses were treated for these 9 different utilities?
I don't remember. I don't recall if that was looked into.
Okay. And so you've participated in commission proceedings regarding other aspects of electric vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen proposals where utilities have proposed programs of detail when it comes to charging stations and other aspects of it, and the commission and set up a schedule, and the commission in reaction has changed the proposal either in time length or number of vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all for me. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, do you need a break now before we go to the next witness? Are you okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Staff.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to call to the stand Matthew Hoyt.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the statements made in this matter today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your first and last name, and give us your business address.
Matthew Hoyt, MattheWHEWHOYT, and my business address is 10480 Little Patuxent Parkway, Columbia, Maryland 21044.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hoyt, by whom are you employed?
Exeter Associates is an energy economics and consulting firm.
And on whose behalf are you testifying for today?
The technical staff of the Public Service Commission.
Do you have with you a document entitled Direct Testimony and Exhibits of Matthew Hoyt on behalf of the staff of the Public Service Commission of Maryland, consisting of 89 pages of text and exhibits dated July 25th, 2023?
I do.
And has this document been pre-filed in this case?
It has.
Was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Do you have any additions, deletions, or changes that you would like to make to this document?
I do not.
Okay, if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same as stated in the document?
They would.
Your Honor, I ask that the document be marked as Staff Exhibit 1.
So marked.
Do you adopt this document as your direct testimony in this case?
I do.
This time I would like to move Staff Exhibit 1 into evidence.
No objection.
So admitted.
You also have with you a document titled Rebuttal Testimony of Matthew Hoyt on behalf of the staff of Public Service Commission of Maryland, consisting of 7 pages, dated August 25th, 2023.
I do.
Do you have any additions or deletions you'd like to make to this document?
I do not.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same as stated in the document?
They would.
Your Honor, I ask that this be marked as Staff Exhibit 2.
So marked.
Do you adopt this document as your rebuttal testimony in this case?
I do.
And I ask that Staff Exhibit 2 be moved into evidence.
Without objection, so moved.
And finally, do you have with you a document entitled Sir Rebuttal Testimony of Matthew White on behalf of the staff of Public Service Commission of Maryland, consisting of 38 pages of text and exhibits dated September 26, 2023?
I do.
Do you have any additions, deletions, or changes that you would like to make to the document at this time?
I do not.
Your Honor, asks that this document be marked as Staff Exhibit 3.
So marked.
And do you adopt this document as your sir rebuttal testimony in this case?
I do.
And I would like to move Staff Exhibit 3 into evidence.
No objection.
So moved.
Okay, the witness is now available for cross-examination.
MEA,
No questions.
LCV,
No questions.
OPC,
No questions.
BGE.
I do have questions, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Hoyt. My name is Joel Michelle. I'm a representative for BGE. I have a few questions for you.
Good afternoon.
So I want to talk about your recommendations with respect to the criteria for selecting pilot participants. You would agree that in the interest of fairness, the criteria for selecting participants should be as objective as possible?
Yes.
Now, you recommend that BGE include potential learnings from VDEX from deployment as a selection criterion?
Correct.
To your knowledge, has BGE ever conducted VDEX demonstrations?
No, BG has not, to my knowledge.
In fact, VDEX technology is fairly new. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Would you also agree that because the technology is fairly new, there may be many potential benefits that we simply aren't aware of today?
That's possible. I think that's one of the objectives of this program, is to learn of all the benefits that are available.
So wouldn't you agree that including potential benefits or potential learnings from VDEX demonstrations would be arbitrary if we don't know what we don't know at this point?
I think I use the word potential benefits to emphasize that this is a subjective assessment, but it would be based on BGE's expertise and the VDEX applications that would be available.
But Mr. Hoyt, you also conceded that we should seek to have criteria that are as objective as possible as opposed to subjective. Did I get that right?
I think so, yeah. I think what's important is that BGE develop objective standards that take into account things like this.
The second criteria you recommend is the expected benefit as evaluated using anticipated average vehicle miles traveled for each proposed school bus. Did I get that?
I think that's the right characterization. So I proposed expected benefits exceeding costs as a criteria, and I suggested as a potential way to measure it, the vehicle miles traveled.
Okay. On page 15 of your SAR rebuttal testimony, do you have that with you?
I do.
Okay. You allege that BGE's proposal does not have criteria addressing locational benefits.
And can you point me to where you're referencing?
I'm looking at page 15, lines 15 through 16.
That's correct. So it says, see related discussion above regarding the criteria used by BG to select rebate participants, specifically the absence of criteria addressing locational benefits.
And you say that that constitutes a failure to satisfy section C7 of the statute, that requires us to consider, in terms of the selection criteria, locational benefits. Is that
That's right. I believe in my testimony I quote specific language from CSNA regarding a necessity of criteria addressing locational benefits.
Okay. But earlier in your testimony on page 10 of the same testimony, you acknowledged that on page 5 of Ms. Gronke's direct testimony, the company explained that, and I quote, if an applicant's bus depot is located in a neighborhood that is more susceptible to electric outages, BGE would note that applicant's storage batteries could benefit BGE by providing backup power during an outage. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, that's a quote from, I believe, that's right, from her direct testimony. That's accurate.
And you go on to say, with this example, BGE purports to show how it complies with SB 528's requirement that BGE selection criteria account for locational benefits. My proposed measurement approach is consistent with BGE's example and would be assessed in the same manner. Did I read that correctly?
That's right. I think the purpose was to point out that BGE initially proposed this as a potential approach, but did not include it among its listed criteria.
Okay, and today, knowing that that is part of BGE's criteria, does that address your concern of BGE not satisfying Section C7's requirement?
As far as I'm aware, BGE hasn't adopted this as a stated criteria, with the exception of what you're saying right now.
Well,
I think, and I addressed this in my SIR rebuttal, I think when I was reading over the reply comments of BGE, they noted that they specifically could not assess these things, and they couldn't adopt these as criteria. So this is the reason I responded.
So, Mr. Hoy, I'm not asking you to accept my representation.
Okay, great.
I read what you state is Ms. Gronke's testimony, and you quote from page 5 of her testimony. Does what you quote there satisfy Section C7 of the statute, the locational benefits requirement?
If it's incorporated as a criteria versus a potential example of a criteria, then it would. As I noted, though, it's not incorporated as a criteria.
Okay. So your recommendation, I think this is part of the confusion, your recommendation actually deals with the metric that BGE should use to calculate the locational benefit, does it not?
Somewhat. I think also when BGE was asked to state its criteria, it listed 3 criteria. This was not one of them. And items related to this were not listed among their criteria.
Okay. Would it surprise you if staff witness Pritchard includes in his testimony that this is a criteria for BGE? Would that surprise you?
I think we would agree that it should be a criteria for BGE, and BGE should include it as a criteria.
Yeah, I'm going to redirect you back to my question, though. Would it surprise you if staff witness Pritchard lists this as a BGE selection criteria?
I would have to understand in what context he's referring to it as a criteria. I think we would agree that it is an important criteria that should be included.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, as you sit here today, you don't know whether or not witness Pritchard actually states that this is a BGE selection criteria.
I would have to review his testimony.
So do you have a copy of the CSNA in front of you?
I do, and I think to your question earlier, I have the Senate Bill 528 version. I'm not sure if there are multiple versions.
That's perfect. That's what I
Okay,
have.
great.
And so I'm going to ask you to actually take a look at the section that you cite, C7. That's page 74 of Senate Bill 528.
Right, starting with line 14?
Mine doesn't actually have lines, but I'll read it out loud.
Okay, great.
And you can follow along. It says, provide for the selection of school systems that apply to participate in the pilot program on the basis of appropriate factors determined by the investor-owned electric company with the approval of the commission, including locational benefits that the storage batteries of school buses may bring to the investor-owned electric company. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
And so this is clear that the benefits that the statute requires BGE to consider in terms of selecting participants is actually benefits to the utility company, is it not?
I think that's one way to interpret it. I think you can interpret it, buses may bring to the investor-owned utility. The word may could be operative as well.
But Mr. Hoare, you are alleging that BGE has not satisfied this requirement.
That's right.
So we're bound by the language here, are we not?
Yes.
Okay. And all I'm asking is that this requirement is dealing with benefits to the electric-owned utility. I'm not suggesting that we should not consider other benefits, but with respect to this requirement, it is referring specifically to benefits to the investor-owned utility.
That's right. The language says, including the locational benefits that the storage batteries of school buses may bring to the investor-owned electric company.
Okay. And so your proposed metric, vehicle miles traveled, can you help me understand how that criteria would provide benefits to the utility?
I believe the utility has identified it in its benefit cost analysis as a source of many types of benefit, inclusive of benefits to the investor-owned utility. I'd have to go back and look at the full benefit cost analysis to understand exactly what benefits they show as flowing to the utility versus to customers versus to the school districts themselves.
But to be clear, this is your proposed metric, right? The vehicle miles traveled is your proposed metric. Is that right?
That's correct, consistent with the statute.
Okay, and I'm not asking you to opine in terms of what BGE considers to be benefits and things of that sort.
Okay.
So with your proposed metric, can you help me understand how that helps us satisfy this requirement, the locational benefits to the electric-owned utility?
I think that's challenging if I can't opine about what a benefit to the investor-owned electric company is, and I don't think I could state what a benefit is to the IOUs. I can state that vehicle miles traveled was a metric proposed by the utility in its benefit cost analysis as among the key determining factors of the benefits and costs.
Well, you would agree that the benefit cost analysis generally just is a way to assess benefits as compared to costs.
Sure, absolutely.
It's not specific to cost to the utility or any other entity or person, right?
I would have to look at it to see which costs and which benefits are attributable to who. You're right.
Yeah, and I'm speaking generally in terms of benefit cost.
Oh, yeah,
right?
absolutely. Generally, they show benefits and costs,
Okay.
sure, to a variety of parties.
But you are proposing this metric to BGE as a means to satisfy Section C7 of the statute, are you not?
That's correct. I propose it as a potential means to satisfy this. In fact, I propose two criteria that potentially satisfy.
So moving on, in your direct testimony, you state that it is a reasonable goal to deploy as many EVSBs as possible with the available budget. Did I read that correctly?
Can you refer to where that's quoting?
Sure. Direct testimony, page 24, 2 to 3.
You said page 24?
Yep. And so, just in the interest of time, is that a fair representation of your position in your direct testimony?
I believe the full statement, and you may have already stated this, but it is also reasonable to deploy as many EVSBs as possible with the available budget, therefore ensuring efficient use of ratepayer funds. And this is in the context of why we should potentially pick projects with higher benefit cost ratio. It's an efficiency argument.
Yep, we'll get there. So I want to focus on that first statement, that it's a reasonable goal to deploy as many school buses as possible with the available budget. What led you to that conclusion? Can you just help me understand that?
I think one way to assess what's reasonable or not is whether or not the investments meet the goals of the pilot and meet the goals that the commission sets forth for use of ratepayer funds. Among those goals would be efficiency. The other goals might be to provide benefits in aggregate to customers in a number of dimensions. So when I say it is also a reasonable goal to deploy as many EVSBs as possible, of course standing for electric school buses, within the available budget. I'm noting one potential way to assess reasonableness. It's the efficiency of deployment of capital.
Okay. And then going to your sir rebuttal testimony, you say that the pilot program should be reduced in size unless BGE provides evidence that the benefits exceed costs. Is that your position?
No, I don't think so. I think I state two potential requirements. I think I state that the relative size and magnitude of the expenditure should be contingent on either benefits being observed or learnings occurring.
So Mr. Hoy, your testimony is that your position is not that BGE should reduce its size unless it can provide that the benefits outweigh the cost. That's not your position?
I believe I was pretty clear in my sir rebuttal. It's one of those two things. It's showing benefits. I mean, can you point me to where you're quoting?
Yeah, I'm looking at specifically sir rebuttal 3, page 3, lines 10 to 12.
Say that again. Sir rebuttal, page 3,
Lines 10 to 12.
So this is an encapsulation of a recommendation that's fleshed out further in the text. And it says, in the absence of evidence from BG that benefits exceed costs or that BG will ensure learnings from V to X deployment. So there's two criteria.
And I understand that. I'm specifically asking you about the first one.
Okay.
So did I misstate your position?
I think the position is best understood as those two criteria. So I don't know if I would isolate them, but
So
otherwise you stated it correctly.
So is it an either or? You're saying if BGE does one or the other, then you're
Yeah,
comfortable
that's
with
correct.
the side?
It's an either or.
Understood. Okay. Thanks for that. Now, you acknowledge that the CSNA does not require a cost-benefit analysis, correct?
That's correct. The cost benefit was put forth by the utility for the commission's consideration.
And on page 23 of your direct, you acknowledge that BGE does not require that the EVSB program for each school district provide a net benefit. And I'm looking at specifically line 21.
That's correct. BG's proposal does not require that.
And you agree that a positive BCA should not be a requirement, correct?
It shouldn't be the sole requirement.
Well, you state on page 23, lines 22 to 20. I'm sorry, page 23, line 22. The absence of such a requirement is appropriate given the priorities of the SB 528.
As a requirement, so it could still be a consideration, for example.
Understood. Do you believe that in passing the CSNA, the Maryland legislator considered the cost and benefit of this program?
I don't think I could speak to what the legislature considered or didn't consider.
Well, you would certainly agree that it would be imprudent or irresponsible not to. Would you agree with that?
I think costs and benefits are certainly a consideration, and perhaps as evidence, the legislature included dollar amounts in their proposal, which are intended to ground expectations about what the reasonable size of a program might be.
The legislator, you're aware, made a decision to require a utility to fund a minimum of 25 buses. You're aware with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
You agree that the legislator could have also established a maximum number of buses that utilities could fund. Do you agree with that?
Sure, certainly they could have established a lot of criteria that they didn't.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
So, any redirect?
No redirect.
So, questions from the commissioners? Commissioner O'Donnell?
I have no questions, Mr. Hoyt.
Commissioner Barve?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Slickman?
I have a few. Mr. Hoyt. I hope you're doing okay.
Thanks.
It's getting late. So I just have a couple questions. So I wanted to direct your attention to page 20 of your testimony, your direct testimony.
Okay.
And on page 19, you talk about the V2X benefits. And then on page 20, you said that there are two issues that were raised. And the first one, BGE does not identify the retail distribution rates at which it expects to serve school districts or contractors. And I wanted you to expand a little on that. Why is that an issue? And I guess is that a missed opportunity for them to? I don't know if you followed some of the line of
Right.
questions I had earlier about price signals, and is that what you're getting at in this?
Somewhat. I think there's a couple dimensions. One is potential incentives to encourage good behavior. I think Dr. Pritchard addresses that item more fully in his testimony. I think the points I was raising here were with regards to the benefit cost analysis. There's an assessment of potential benefits that come from things like energy arbitrage and avoiding capacity cost. I think there's some issues with that insofar as those benefits, if they were to be observed, would be observed by individual customers, not necessarily the BGE system. I also think it's unclear that those benefits would be observed in perpetuity or that those benefits would be actually observed at all. I think I'll give the example of capacity benefits. Capacity valuations in PGM are determined on a forward basis, as I'm sure the Commission's aware. The impacts of somebody making a small reduction in capacity now may or may not show up in the next capacity auction, and they may or may not be benefits that are observed by all customers. Further, the number of critical peaks that you would be required to reduce is more than one, so it becomes challenging. I think within this context, within saying that BGE's inattentiveness to rate schedule potentially omits details about these opportunities that would be great to know in assessing this proposal.
And so, sort of following up from your line of reasoning, if the customer doesn't see price signals, then there'll be a lost opportunity in terms of the PJM capacity market, for example.
That's a great example. It's hard to understand how a customer participating in this rate who's on a default service product would observe any benefit.
Okay. So let's go to page 30. Actually, it's very hard to. Page 31 of your testimony.
Still in direct?
Yes, please.
Okay, great.
And you define electric vehicle supply equipment to include the vehicle chargers. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So is it your testimony that those should be included in what is available for rebate?
I think, as it's put forward in a few other places, my understanding of the statute is that those types of funding made available by GE would be classified as rebates, consistent with CSNA.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, so we've had this kind of running debate today about regulatory assets and what should be in and how long it should be and things like that. You opined on this in your testimony, but why don't you summarize your view about how we should deal with the expenses of this program and what should be included for possible inclusion for the return?
Sure. So I address this in several places, including my direct, my rebuttal, and my surrebuttal. So it's come up quite a few times. I guess I'll characterize it maybe two lines of arguments that I put forward. One is regarding whether or not a regulatory asset is appropriate, and I make the argument that it is appropriate given the nature of the cost and the potential benefits. I also argue that there's some uncertainty regarding all of those factors that makes it difficult to make a determination on the second element, which is the appropriate recovery period. In my initial direct testimony, I state that the 5-year amortization period may or may not be appropriate. There was some additional information I required. Subsequent to stating that in my direct testimony, I received additional information, including in response to data requests. That additional information led me to adjust my recommendation, as noted in my rebuttal, to suggest that a shorter amortization period would be appropriate, so no greater than 4 years. And I make that decision on the basis of BGE's stated potential for the cost to all be incurred at once, so a rate shock risk, the potential for benefits to accrue over a long time period. So as I noted, there's uncertainty of whether or not benefits will accrue, and as Dr. Pritchard addresses, I think there's a great uncertainty about whether they'll be able to accrue depending on how BGE uses the assets. And then lastly, actually I think just those two. There might have been a third, but those are the two that have come to mind.
And do you have any, there's been this issue about what should be treated as an ongoing expense and what should be, included in the reg asset for potential inclusion for a rate of return.
It's not something I addressed in my direct testimony.
And you don't have any view on it based on what you've heard today?
I would need to spend more time forming an opinion.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hoover. We have one more witness. I'd like to call Ewan Pritchard.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under the penalties of perjury that the statements made in this matter today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your first name and last name, and give us your business address.
My name is Dr. Ewan Pritchard, E-W-A-N, Pritchard, P-R-I-T-C-H-A-R-D. And my business address is 323 North Salem Street, Apex, North Carolina, 27502. And
Thank you for bearing with us this afternoon, Dr. Pritchard. By whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Energetics, based in Columbia, Maryland.
And on whose behalf are you testifying for today?
I'm testifying on behalf of the public staff.
Okay. Do you have with you a document entitled The Direct Testimony and Exhibits of Ewan Pritchard on behalf of the staff of the Public Service Commission of Maryland, consisting of 44 pages of text and exhibits? There's a public and confidential version, both dated July 25th, 2023.
I do.
Okay. And has the document been pre-filed in this case?
Yes.
Was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Do you have any additions, deletions, or changes that you would like to make at this time?
I do not.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same as stated in this document?
They would.
All right, Your Honor, I ask that direct public version be marked Exhibit 4A and the confidential be marked Staff's Exhibit 4B.
So marked.
Do you adopt these documents as your direct testimony in this case?
I do.
Your Honor, I would like at this time to move Staff Exhibits 4A and 4B into evidence.
So,
No objection.
so moved.
Okay, and finally, do you have document titled Rebuttal Testimony and Exhibits of Ewan Pritchard on behalf of the staff of the Public Service Commission of Maryland, consisting of 15 pages of text?
I do.
Was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And do you have any additions, deletions, or changes that you would like to make at this time?
No, I do not.
Your Honor, I ask that this document be marked as Staff Exhibit number 5.
So marked.
And do you adopt this as your rebuttal testimony in this case?
I do.
At this time, I'd like to move Staff Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Without objection, so done.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross.
MEA,
No question.
LCV,
Question.
OPC,
No questions.
BG&E.
I do have a few questions, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Is it Dr. Pritchard?
Dr. Pritchard.
Dr. Pritchard, good afternoon. My name is Joel Michelle. I'm an attorney for BG and I have some questions for you.
Hi, Joel.
So, Dr. Pritchard, you state that BGE should be required to resubmit its application with more information. Is that your position?
Yes.
All right, let's walk through the additional information you suggest is necessary. I'm looking at your direct testimony, page 6, lines 1 through 5.
Public version.
Public version. Yeah,
Page 6.
correct. In lines 1 through 5, you state that you claim that BG has not elaborated on how potential benefits to the distribution grid will serve as a basis for assessing rebate applications and to ascertain which location will provide the most value. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Right. But on page 21, lines 15 through 16, you there?
Yep.
You state that one of the criteria BGE will use for selecting pilot participants is the proximity of the bus depot to overloaded areas on the distribution system.
Yes.
Is that correct? Is this not a selection criterion that considers the locational benefits of the applicants?
It is.
You go on to suggest BGE provide additional information related to the BCA that was performed in this case. Is that correct?
Sure. Yes.
But you agree that a BCA was not required for approval of BGE's application by the CSNA?
I'm not aware of that.
You also state that BGE should determine a mechanism that encourages combined funding, where BGE takes less responsibility for the buses but more responsibility for the infrastructure.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. You go on to say that the program can do more to augment other funding programs rather than focus specifically on funding vehicles. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you understand that if the commission were to adopt your recommendation, BGE's program would not comply with the CSNA?
I do not believe that.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to turn to section C2 of the CSNA.
Section 2. You got a page number? SB
Well,
350. At Senate Bill 528.
Okay, I can help you there. It would be. Give me 1 second here. All right, so it would be page 73 and 74. So starting on the bottom of page 73.
Yep.
And so section C lays out the requirements of the pilot program if an electric utility company chooses to implement it. Is that fair to say?
I read that slightly differently, but I read it as it gives you that option to fund them that way.
So are you suggesting that what is laid out in section C here, and it goes on, it's about 11 different lines.
Yep.
You're saying that those items listed there are optional?
Yes. I mean, they're a piece of the program, yeah.
Okay, so if an electric utility company applies to implement this pilot program, your testimony is that it does not have to comply with these requirements that are laid in this section.
I'm saying that if you're funding an investor-owned electric company may apply to the commission to implement a pilot.
And it says if, does it not?
What's that?
And then it goes on to say if, and then it lists those.
So option 3, provide for school bus rebates to participating schools. But I don't think you have to be giving them rebates.
Okay, so Dr. Pritchard, let me try it this way. I'll read the section that I'm referring to, and then you tell me if I read it accurately. So I'm reading section C. It says, an investor-owned electric company may apply to the commission to implement an electric school bus pilot program if the pilot program is structured to, and then it goes on to list a number of different criteria.
Okay.
And your testimony is that those listed criteria are optional.
So I'm going to have to find where it says earlier on that it is encouraged for districts to get funding from outside sources.
Yeah, Dr. Pritchard, I understand that section. I'm aware of it.
Okay.
What I'm trying to understand is, what is your understanding of this particular section and the criteria listed here?
Okay.
And your understanding is that they're optional.
My understanding is that these are the pieces that can be put in, yes. That you have a limit of total rebates of $50 million. You should provide for school bus rebates to participating schools, yes.
So I'm sorry, I might have missed that. So are you suggesting that the $50 million limit is not optional?
I'm saying it's not saying that you have to be paying the entire piece.
Right, but are you saying that a utility could actually go above the $50 million?
No.
Okay. I think I'm just going to move on.
Okay.
On page 20 of your direct, you discuss the requirements that the commission established regarding the goals of pilot programs. Are you aware that BGE's proposal is meant to implement the pilot program established by the CSNA?
Yes.
You understand that BGE did not create the pilot program?
I understand that CSNA enables utilities to propose pilot programs.
So I'm going to direct your attention to page 73, section B, right above the section we just took a look at.
Okay.
Section B1, let me know when you're there.
Okay. There is an electric school bus pilot program.
So it's fair to say that the legislator established this program.
Okay.
You agree with that?
Yes.
So the commission's pilot criteria, are you aware that, or do you agree with the proposition that they were intended to apply to utilities that were proposing pilots to the commission for approval?
Yes.
And the commission required that the pilot goals and evaluations metrics be established at the beginning of the development of the pilot.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
But you have acknowledged that BGE did not create the pilot. So I'm trying to understand what's your understanding of what was actually required of the company.
I think the legislation here lays out a mechanism for BG&E to propose a program that makes this work, that makes electric school buses with a V2G mechanism work effectively, both financially and physically.
Do you read the CSNA to have established goals for this pilot program?
Yeah.
Now, you acknowledge that BGE listed the goals of the CSNA as its understanding of the goals of this pilot, right?
Yes.
But on page 20 of your direct, lines 14 through 16, you state that the goals presented in this case do not provide a clear foundation for creating a pilot.
Right.
Are you saying that Maryland's goals of reducing GHG emissions was not a good enough justification for this pilot?
I think that there are more goals to this pilot that were intended for you to fill in.
Can you point me to a section of the CSNA that establishes that?
No.
Are you suggesting that BGE should have different goals than the legislator had in implementing
I'm
this pilot?
suggesting that BG&E has additional goals.
Are you aware that the legislator established a evaluation process for this pilot?
Yeah.
And in that evaluation process, the governor, the commission, and the House Economic Matters and Senate Finance Committees will actually evaluate the pilot. Are you familiar with that?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to direct your attention to page 75 of the CSNA and take a look at section I1.
Okay.
And you see that going on to page 76 at the top, it establishes precisely what I said, that the governor, the commission, and the House Economic Matters Committee and Senate Finance Committee will evaluate the pilot.
Yep.
See that?
Yep.
It also specifies the information that should be provided in BGE's report. Does
Yeah.
it not?
I'm familiar with that type of evaluation. We provide that regularly. We do it for California quite a bit.
Okay. Dr. Pritchard, you suggest that BGE should incentivize participants to keep buses plugged in when not being driven. Is that right?
Yes.
You recommend that BGE provide a monetary incentive for pilot participants to keep the buses plugged in.
I do.
Under which cost category identified in the CSNA would you classify that additional incentive?
I don't know. Tell me where the cost categories are laid out.
Well, I can tell you now that I don't think you actually are going to be able to find a section that identifies this cost. And that's sort of my point. So was your recommendation based off of the CSNA?
Yes.
Okay, if it was based off of the CSNA, can you direct me to where you find justification for that incentive? And particularly, under which cost category would it be attributed to?
Look at page 48, item D, lines 13 to 17.
So page 48 of the CSNA?
Yep.
So you realize that you're now out of the section describing the...
On the pilot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you agree that BGE is not permitted by the CSNA to provide additional incentives to participants for the electricity on those batteries?
Yep, that's clearly stated.
And the purpose of your recommendation that we try to incentivize participants to keep the buses plugged in is so that we could access if I could just finish my question.
Sure.
The purpose is so that we could, the utility could access the bus's batteries for V2X demonstrations.
Sure.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I need to give you some context on this, and that's that I'm an evaluator for the program in California, the V2G program for San Diego Gas and Electric. And so I've learned a number of things that are not working. My goal is to help you make a program that works.
But do you understand, Dr. Pritchard? And I appreciate that. I appreciate your insights. But do you understand that BGE is obligated to comply with the requirements of the statute? You understand that? So you also recommend another alternative to sort of deal with this bus battery issue. You recommend that BGE take ownership of the bus batteries, or again compensate the schools for any deterioration or
Any
premature
deterioration.
Yep.
Sure.
Prior to your involvement in this case, did you have any basis to believe that V2X activity would cause batteries to degrade at a faster rate?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what that basis was?
I ran a center at NC State University for 10 years on electric vehicle battery operation. And so we've done studies on it. But
So my question is with respect to V2X demonstrations.
yeah, it's just so the Brattle study described kind of a soup to nuts version of V2G. So I was pushing you guys to provide a little bit more definition on what you guys are planning to do for V2G. But if you guys are truly planning to do regulation support or voltage support, frequency response, that will put a whole lot of very short cycles on a battery, and those short cycles on a battery will prematurely degrade the battery.
So again, remember my question is, prior to this case, did you have any understanding that would lead you to believe that V2X demonstrations would cause premature degradation of the battery?
Yes.
Okay, and so you just pointed to a Brattle study. Are you referring to the Brattle BCA analysis that was performed in this case?
I'm saying that the BCA analysis that you guys provided a very wide spectrum of possible V2G mechanisms. And it was hard for me to evaluate which mechanisms you were going to use and what frequency and volume you were going to use those mechanisms. So how can I evaluate how it's going to affect the battery? And more importantly, how can you evaluate how it's going to affect the battery? And what is the effect going to be on the school district?
So, Dr. Pritchard, I actually think we agree. I
Good.
think we agree that at this point it would be premature to make the conclusion that V2X demonstrations are going to prematurely degrade the batteries. We agree on that?
I think that you should go in with cautious optimism and not put that burden on the school district, who will then get a negative view on electric school buses and walk away from electric school buses, because I'm a big proponent of electric school buses.
I appreciate that. But Dr. Pritchard, I want to direct you back to my question. We actually agree that it's premature to make that determination of the effects of V2X on these batteries.
Yes, but it's easy to measure.
Can you point me to a provision of the CSNA that authorizes BGE to take ownership of the batteries?
No.
Based on your reading of the CSNA, can BGE own the buses?
No.
And so if we can't own the buses, is it fair to say that we actually can't own the batteries? I assume that the buses and the batteries go hand in hand.
I'm looking for you to come up with a creative mechanism to somehow take ownership of the wear and tear that you're putting on these batteries. If you can't define what V2G mechanism you're using, then you're in control of the life of their batteries, yet they own the batteries. That seems unfair to them.
So Dr. Pritchard, again, I want to get clarity on this. Do you actually believe your recommendation for BGE owning the batteries is authorized by the CSNA?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Sussman.
Yeah, I just have I'd like to follow up on your response to Mr. Michelle's question about compensation for participation, recognizing that compensation is not available under the statute, or at least it says that.
Can't pay for electricity.
Well, it's kind of right that there can't be a payment, but you've raised the concerns about incentivizing because in your experience, parties have needed some incentive. So I wanted you to expand a little on that.
Sure. So there's an entropy effect, right? So when you sign a contract, people are on it for the first few months. And then it starts to deteriorate and deteriorate. And by the time you get to a few months later, a few years later, when you really want to do V2G, you find that the buses aren't plugged in.
Okay, and they're not plugged in because there's no incentive to plug in.
Yeah.
Okay. So, in those situations where you saw the lack of incentive, are you aware of the rate schedules that they were under? Were they under, for example, time of use rates, or some rate structure that would incentivize them to actually plug in when they needed to plug in?
So, yeah, in general, the programs that I work with are all under various time of use rates. I can't speak to specifics due to non-disclosure, but I can speak to the reports that we've filed with the California Public Utilities Commission.
Okay.
On the adherence to time of use.
Okay, so in your experience, the time of use rates were not enough?
They are not enough.
Okay, so what would your recommendation be? I mean, recognizing that we can't, for example, they can't be compensated for participation in the PJM capacity market. But what would your recommendation be if we had the ability to structure rates to offer the kinds of price signals that we would need for participation?
Well, I think one of the biggest pieces that I alluded to in my testimony is the need for a network service provider that provides the charge management. And it was somewhat unclear in reading in Gronke's testimony whether that was going to be implemented or not, and who was going to be in charge of determining the rules of that network service provider. So as far as responding to time of use rates, the network service provider plays a strong role in that.
Okay, so the provider would actually be able to tell the bus operator, who might have forgotten that it's going to be cheaper for them to plug in after 8 o'clock at night. Just as a reminder, don't plug in now, plug in later. So it's price signals plus price information or price prodding or.
Yeah, in general, if you can get somebody higher up the chain to sort of determine the schedule, then it works quite well.
Okay, so that sounds like an informational thing too. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barbe.
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And none for me, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, anything else before we call it a day? All right, so we're adjourned. Thank you.